Biskaboo and Tessa Rosso, guys, we're back to the Harry Potter book review. How you doing, lovelies? My goodness, guys, it was the right decision doing a single chapter this time. I know it can be frustrating that we're slowing the series down a little bit when we do these single ones. But my goodness, they take the pressure off, you know. So I really appreciate you putting up with this, guys. I know it isn't ideal. But it's a great chapter though, guys. And just now I was thinking, oh god, I haven't checked out the movie version yet. Because obviously, when I do these reviews just before recording, I rewatched the scenes from the movie that correspond with the chapter. I'm pretty sure there's nothing this time, right? This is a completely unique chapter. Is there anything? I can't think of anything at all. Yeah, I think it is completely unique, guys, and so we have some up and downs. I think this might be the chapter. I don't know if you do it when reading books, guys, but when I'm like listening to the audio books or when I'm watching a TV show or something like that, every now and then I do mutter words out in reaction to obviously not when I'm recording reaction. I'm talking all the time. Too much, in fact, according to a lot of people. Which I appreciate the feedback. When I'm doing my notes and everything, when listening to the Harry Potter book review, sometimes I will go, oh, really? I'll say things out loud. I think this might be the chapter where I say the most out loud, and none of it's positive. I've actually written it down in my notes whenever I did say something out loud. It's around a certain particular scene, guys, which you can probably guess which one it is. Anyway, we'll get to it, guys. We'll get to it. But yeah, yeah. So let's get going, guys. So if you're new here, hi, I'm Veggie. I do these Harry Potter book reviews. I don't know why I started off with this video, but I'm glad you are. Oh balls! Someone on Patreon said they couldn't find the start of the playlist, which is odd, guys. Because I swear that I've heard people say that before, but then other people have replied saying that they can see it or something. Laura, there we go. I'll reply to that message in a moment. But I need to make a playlist though, guys. It's stupid that I still have not done that playlist. Where's the email gone? Oh my goodness, there we go. I'll get back to that. So yeah, I will try and make the playlist finally, guys. I apologise about the wait on that. But yes, we go through the Harry Potter book, the Harry Potter books in review form, guys. It's my first time reading the books, having watched the movies for the first time on the channel a few years ago. And if you want to be a part of these videos, guys, you can be a part of the Harry Potter Book Club, which is something that is over on the Patreon, guys. You can back the Patreon for as little as you want to get access to everything on there, including the Harry Potter Book Club. And this is where you can give your thoughts, opinions, questions or anything like that, and I address them in the second half of this video, guys, and that's one of the reasons why the video is so long. So, but it's the best part of doing it. I love reading your thoughts on it. Oh, I need to give you guys a warning, because you'll be getting this video possibly earlier than you're expecting, and so I'll reply to email. I'll put a post on Patreon saying that you need to get your comments in quickly, so I don't want to surprise anyone, because I like to try and get these videos out by the end of the month. The last few months we just haven't been able to do that at all, and so but this time we are back on it. Again, single chapters greatly help that out. Oh god, I don't know if I've got a scratch in the eye or something, but I will not stop. Anyway, it's a very annoying feeling. I shouldn't rub it. Either way, guys, let's get into my notes on a Harry Potter book. Order of the Phoenix, chapter 25. And thank you so much for joining us for the side panels. I'll do the summary this time, and it is for chapter 25, The Beetle at Bay. Which I must admit, guys, I kind of predicted what that meant quite quickly, faster than I expected I would have done, which is not a sentence. Yeah, if I keep messing around with my eye during this one, guys, I apologise. But I like I say, I think there may have been something in there, and now it's slightly scratched. Because yeah, whatever it is, it isn't moving, so that's just really annoying. Anyway, I might have to do something with my eye closed. So yes, guys, Beetle at Bay, not Beetle Bar. Excellent chapter, which actually has like a lot of different stages to it. First of all, we find out about the jailbreak at Azkaban, which I guess technically is covered in the movie, because we have Lestrange like laughing her head off coming out of the prison, don't we? But yes, 10 new Death Eaters out, presumably back with Voldemort. Although the papers actually say that they're possibly back with Back in Black, which is an AC/DC song. So yes, that was a very intriguing to find out that we're getting it at this point, and obviously just after Voldemort laughing. Presumably that is actually what he was actually laughing at. Which you know what? I'm only just making that connection now, but that's the problem with doing like splitting up these videos like every guys. I will forget the thing that just happened, But yeah, that makes complete sense now that I think about it. We also hear the tragic news that Broderick Bode was found dead in St. Mungo's. The fact that it's been reported as an accident is just beyond me. It really is, guys. Or at least negligence or accident sort of thing. It's not being treated as actually suspicious, which is, I guess the Prophet doing its power there. But yes, that's very sad. And so interesting with Bode. He's been significant throughout the book, but we've only actually met him very, very briefly. Harry alludes to that with to Ron saying that he was with Arthur at the time. Umbridge is basically seeming like she's I mean, all the teachers are on edge right now, but it does seem like Umbridge is particularly eyeing potentially firing Trelawney or Hagrid. It's basically a case of who's going first, basically, right now. There's a new decree as well, which we'll get into, which is completely ridiculous. I think there were some more things before. Oh yeah, so there had been more occlumancy, which I know I'm still saying incorrectly. Classes, but we're not actually seen, which is a kind of a shame. I would have liked to have been in each of them, But then that's the case for most classes. It's really nice when we actually get a proper class chapter. But this it's just mentioned as passing, and Ron has his conspiracy theories, and Hermione tells him to shut up. And this it's now Valentine's Day. Hermione receives an envelope that she's very, very secretive about. But Harry goes off to meet Cho, and it's going really well. Cho starts talking about Quidditch, which is very smart. I didn't even think about the fact that they have such an obvious thing to discuss between the two, But they get to Madame Puddifoot's, which I presume is in Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know, maybe not actually, because obviously it depends, because she is actually working there, so unless it's a family thing, maybe it wouldn't be there. I don't know. We'll have to look next time we play it. And basically everyone in there is good. So it's putting a bit of pressure on Harry. It's such a blooming shame how this goes, guys. Because also it's been a lot of build up to this first date. But my goodness, yeah, Harry frustrates me in this video. But we'll get into it. To be fair, it's not an ideal place that Cho's chosen either. And it absolutely goes disastrous because Harry is completely airhead in this scene. It's like last time where he doesn't understand why Cho's mentioned that it's Valentine's Day and everything. But then realises and then goes after her. There's no going after her here, and he just says things which are misconstrued, and it goes really, really badly, and Cho runs off in tears, which is very sad. So Harry then, just after failing to find her, heads off to the Three Broomsticks, where he finds Hagrid, who is clearly very down in the dumps. And then he's called over by Hermione, I believe, and she is accompanied by two very unlikely allies, I guess is the term. Luna and Rita, guys, blew my bloomin'. Luna, I absolutely wouldn't have predicted, but as soon as it said it, I thought, okay, that makes complete sense. But not in a way which I was expecting, in fact, which we'll get into. But Rita, again, the title, if the title had the word Beetle in it, this would have been so out of nowhere. It would have been like, wait, what is going on? But yeah, Hermione has a bloomin' evil plan, quite frankly. That's not really evil, but it's kind of, I don't know if it's even cruel, actually, but it's cruel towards Rita, I think it is. Not that Rita, deserves much better. And yes, that they hatch a plan of Rita reporting, basically doing a straightforward interview with Harry. So that is going to be, I don't know if that's going to be in the chapter next time. I kind of hope it will be. I kind of feel like it won't be. We might just get like the notes of it down the line, maybe. But either way, let's go into my notes, guys. And so, chapter 25, Beetle Bay. Is this? So I have a very quick look at the lengths of the chapters, guys, because I know that the next chapter is even chunkier than this one. I think the next chapter is actually, oh no, 58. Oh no. Okay, yeah, it's the second longest chapter, the next one, or the third longest chapter. They sure pack a lot into them, though, guys. So we are around the breakfast table as always, and the prophet arrives for Hermione, who's like immediately taken aback by it, and shows the other two the photos of 9 wizards and 1 witch, right? I believe that's the number. And the headline reads, "Massive breakout from Azkaban." And it absolutely equates to it being the Death Eaters are going to be rallying around Black. I guess, actually that's a good point, because the prophet doesn't believe that Voldemort's back. That makes complete sense that they'd rally around Black. Yeah, that connection's only just dawned me, because in my head I was thinking, well, why wouldn't they think they'd rally around Voldemort? It's because they don't think Voldemort's back. And so yeah, that's only just dawned on me now. It says that they escaped. That they were high security prisoners. Now, I presume that every prisoner at Azkaban is high security. I think I'm probably reading too much into that, as I basically, that hence these videos, guys. But yeah, high security prisoners. I presume that everyone at Azkaban is a high security prisoner. I guess that not everyone at Azkaban is technically dangerous. I mean, we get Hermione threatening Rita with Azkaban later on, but surely being an unregistered animagus, or animagi, whichever it is, surely that is not an Azkaban-worthy crime, right? I mean, even what she's been doing with it, I wouldn't even send her to Azkaban for that, even though she's like been infiltrating a school and everything, which is obviously not great, which she is actually banned from. But that's not Azkaban level bad, right? I don't know. Also, I'll mention now, guys. I'm not sure if man. I feel like I'm going to get a boatload of comments disagreeing with me here, guys. Which obviously, please do if you do disagree with me. I'm not a big fan of the way that it described Rita's unemployed state, like saying that her hair is a mess and she's like missing fake jewels in her glasses and all this sort of stuff. It felt a bit, I don't know. Is it fine because it's Rita? I that sort of thing I don't like to really subscribe to. The sort of thing, well, it's okay because it's them. I don't really like the way it described her physical appearance being a reflection of the fact that she's unemployed. Am I being so oversensitive there, guys? I think I probably am. I probably am. But that is my natural reaction. I was like, do we have to mention the fact that her hair isn't as great, or like the paint on her nails is chipped and all this sort of stuff? I don't know. I'm probably being stupid. That was my honest first reaction to it, though. Not, I wasn't like, how dare they do it? But there was just that's a bit of a shame. That's the sort of feeling that I had from that, Anyway, I'm probably being stupid. Fudge has informed the Muggle Prime Minister. Now that is actually huge, that line there, right? Or it hasn't come up before, the fact that Fudge is communication with the Prime Minister, does it? Or has it, I should say? I don't think it has. Oh, it probably has. It's probably in every blooming book, hasn't it? It's one of these things which I forget, guys. But when I heard that, it's like, that felt like a big bit of information there. I bet it's been said several times before, hasn't it? God. I'm second guessing myself with everything now. It's like, you're going to disagree with me about Rita. Fudge has it's been in talks with the Prime Minister. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not that. I'm not saying that it isn't something that we would have assumed is the case. But I feel like this is the first confirmation of it. I don't. Anyway. Sirius is actually also believed to be the one who orchestrated the jailbreak as well. You ever played Jailbreak, guys? A very difficult arcade game. Very difficult. It's not even difficult. It's just. It probably is just difficult. Actually, yeah, it's really hard. It's awesome though. It's a proper. What year was Jailbreak? I'd guess late 80s. Jailbreak arcade game. Yeah, that's cool. I might have to play it on my arcade cabinet, which I built over lockdown. Which the older listeners to this will know. Yeah, it's one of these very. It's oh yeah, what? Oh, 1986. Oh wow, that's older than I was expecting. But yeah, it looks like 1986 game where all the bad guys are gang members and you're a policeman and you're basically running down the street shooting them all and everything. It's a very, very 80s video game, guys. But it's good though. It's very difficult though. I mean, I think I've only like survived like say the first 20 seconds of it. Because looking at it, there's like park levels and everything. I've definitely and indoor levels. I've never seen any of this. Yeah, it's nails hard, guys, but it's a good game though. Yeah, I might have to give that another go. What I want to do, I was talking to my brothers about this a couple of days ago, is I want to have another go at beating Bart vs. the Space Mutants for the Nintendo, which is a game which I had as a child, which I can never beat. I got to Mr. Bird's office and found out that I hadn't collected one of Maggie's letters in her name. And I didn't know that, but if you don't have that, then you can't access the last room of the game. So annoying. So I did essentially beat it. Right, no I didn't. But over the years, on the YouTube channel, I don't know how many of them are public, we have played it on the channel, guys. And they make for very, very amusing, apparently, to the viewers, streams. But it's just basically me getting incredibly angry because it is broken. It's not even broken game, guys. It's just rushed out. It was just rushed out where the run and the jump button are the same button. Anyway, so stupid, so stupid. But because it was rushed out, because it's at the original boom of The Simpsons, you get some like really obscure characters, like the Babysitter Bandit is the second boss. It's like completely random, you know? And I think So True Bob as well, which is interesting, because obviously So True Bob wasn't a villain until after the first season at least. In fact, it would have been a few seasons in, I think. But he is one of the bosses in it. Or is it the other guy? Is it the Swanee Whistle guy? What was his name? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right. So Hermione speculates that the guards at Azkaban could be working for Voldemort, and so we're essentially just let them out. The other students around them don't seem that concerned. I think it's because to Harry and the gang, it's like it's huge news, whereas to everyone else it kind of isn't. And also a lot of the students, other students don't really read the papers. We find out that after a while the news does spread, and certain students around the school are essentially getting Harry's treatment. In fact, Bones actually says it straight out, in fact, which is very sad. Although we have Stephen Fry's stupid voice. I think I mentioned it before, guys, but there is a podcast, radio show podcast which I listen to called Ellison John in the UK. It's very good, actually. And very often, like John, who, in fact, I've definitely mentioned Ellison John because I've said about him potentially proposing to his girlfriend, obviously not fiance, at the Harry Potter experience. Studio tour, I should say. But as they approached the flying car where he was going to do it, apparently she said to him, "Wouldn't it be embarrassing if there's like loads of people proposing?" Something like that. So he completely pulled the rug under it. Why am I mentioning Ellison John? Oh yeah, John like listens to audiobooks often, like to get sleep and everything. He's like a big Harry Potter fan and everything. But he regularly says about how Stephen Fry's the way that Stephen Fry voices women, it tends to be trying to be humorous a lot of the time, whereas you don't really get that with the male characters. I don't know. Bones and oh god, Nymph Tonks, there we go. They are standout voices. I feel like Molly can sometimes be a bit silly, like his voice for Molly as well, but anyway, come on, let's move on, there's enough about that. The teacher's table is a different story, where with McGonagall and Dumbledore in deep discussion, and Umbridge scowling at Dumbledore. Because obviously it's quite... I'd like to know exactly what it is that Umbridge feels about this news. Because it must feel like kind of like... It's bad news, obviously, but also it kind of suggests that maybe Dumbledore is onto something as well, you know? So, yeah, I'd like that discussion, but obviously we're not going to be getting that discussion. Bodrick Bode was found dead in St. Mungo's. Strangled by a pot plant. I've got that here. That is a dark image. I didn't put two and two together until they did, though. Oh, yeah, no, I think it was in the article, in fact. The article was written as if it was an accident, though. And I got down here. How? How could that be seen as an accident? The healer Strode has been accused of overlooking the danger. And it turns out that the plant in the pot was actually Devil Snare. Callback. Which was awesome. I did not predict that. Bode was actually opposite Lockhart when they visited him in hospital. Hermione says that they actually saw the plant arrive, which I completely forgot about that, guys. And so it'd be nice to go back to that chapter and listen to that moment, considering how bad things are about to go. Harry questions why they didn't recognise it as Devil Snare. Ron suggests it may have been a mistake. But Hermione is where my mind went. Basically says that it is most definitely an actual murder. And the timing is obviously very significant as well. But yeah, the Prophet is reporting these Voldemort, not Voldemort positive, but these things which could suggest that there is something stirring going on, you know. Whereas Fudge is like, nope, everything's absolutely fine, you know. Harry mentioned that he met him with Arthur in the lift. Bode was an unspeakable, which I was speculating last time, guys. Are unspeakables even human? It could be like Dementors and everything, but no, it seems like they are literally a type of researcher, human. Wisdom, however you want to put it. Hermione has a letter to send. She says, it's worth a try and I'm the only one who can. So blooming cryptic. And Ron like says, would it kill her to tell us what she's up to for once? Now I've got down here, is that common? I'm not even sure how common that is, but in this case, she absolutely needs to tell Harry what her plan is, right? I mean, yeah, this is ridiculous that she doesn't tell Harry what the plan is in this particular case. Because Harry may have just been like, no, I'm not going to, at the end of this chapter, and completely wasted everyone's time, you know. Hagrid's still bruised. He has a fresh cut on his nose. When talking to the three, he swings his arm and nearly concusses Vector. Apparently, like to hear from Vector there. It's a rarity. Hagrid is on probation. I don't fully understand what that means. But that basically means like if you make a mistake, you're out, sort of thing, or that a decision is being made. I think that's probably what it is, isn't it? And he expected it. He says you may not have picked up on it, but that inspection didn't go all that well, which it absolutely did. I mean, he was like so visibly shaken during the whole thing. It's horrible, but obviously he didn't think that they would notice somehow. Apparently, around school, hardly anyone is actually that upset about the Hagrid news, which I think that's understandable, guys. We got into it before, but I think that is understandable. I do get some people still disagreeing with me on how dangerous lessons are with Hagrid's lessons are. I think they're dangerous, guys. I think the blasting the Scroots shenanigans was dangerous, and people like say, well, you know, if you're given direction and you don't follow it, I don't think that is good enough. Like, I honestly don't, but you know, each to their own. Students now believe that the Death Eaters are hiding at the Shrieking Shack, which is a very nice, interesting crossover when you think about the history of it. Well, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Apparently, the Death Eaters that have escaped are kind of like notorious around. You know, wizard families will have heard these names before, essentially. So it is actually very big news, despite the fact there wasn't an initial reaction to it. We find out that students related to their victims have a gruesome reflective fame. It's a very heartbreaking way of describing, guys, but it is what Harry goes through every day, isn't it? Bones' uncle, aunt, and cousins were all killed by these Death Eaters. And she says that she knows how it's like to be Harry now, which is because she's not saying it to Harry. She says, so I'm guessing she's saying it to someone else and know what it's like to be Harry now, which is an odd thing to say, but she's going through a lot. I feel like we can give her a pass there. People are still whispering about Harry as he passes, but it seems to be more curious than anger now. Which is very interesting. It feels like you know there is a tide turning, if that's the right term. It does feel like there is change in the air when it comes to people's beliefs about what is going on in this Cold War that's currently piping. Yeah, there's doubts about the Prophet giving them the full story about the jailbreak, which is absolutely fine. Yeah, I wouldn't expect this, guys, but even without the Order or the DA, there is this murmuring of we're not getting fed the full truth here by people, which is not something which I was expecting. I would have thought that it'd be a lot more black and white of everyone just like completely accepting what the Prophet is saying. People aren't, and not just our protagonists. So I really like that. There's a new decree. Teachers are banned from giving students any information on anything that they don't teach. Which obviously, considering that the students live at Hogwarts during term, that is insane. That is so ridiculous, and I'm not even sure how that could even be held up, quite frankly. Lee pointed out to Umbridge's face, saying that you can't tell friend George off for playing Exploding Snap because that's not a part of your lesson. And later on, Harry sees that he's got damage on the back of his hand. So it's very interesting that other students are already, because there was a part of me that thought that maybe this is specific treatment to Harry. Obviously, later on in the movie, we find out that other students are getting it as well, but for Lee to be doing it at this point, it actually surprised me. Oh, that's interesting. Because in the movie, is it Colin or... yeah, it's one of them. It's one of those kids, guys, to try and get muddled up with. Who Fred and George are consoling. I'm wondering if they're going to be doing their rebellion, if indeed they do their rebellion, because of Lee. Because he's their friend, isn't he? And it was regarding Fred and George that's well, it's not their fault or anything, but it was regarding them that he got the punishment. Not really. Yeah, Umbridge seems keen to fire someone. Maybe that's out of rage, or maybe she's just trying to speed the process up and everything. But it's basically down to if it's going to be Trelawney or Hagrid first at this pace. Trelawney is now expected to predict students' answers before they give them. Showed her skills in all the individual fortune-telling methods, which that one's fair enough, I feel like. But predicting the answers seems a bit unkind. She's smelling or cooking sherry. God bless her. I've definitely told you about. I need to say her name. Then that would be a bad idea. I've obviously told you about the teacher who was drunk off her face in one of my lessons. Obviously, that was the last time we saw her. Yeah, my art teachers, guys. I've definitely told you this, but my art teachers, each of them had something very strange going on. Well, I say very strange. One was completely drunk off her face in a lesson. That was last time we saw her. The next one ran off with one of the students, and apparently they're still together now. Apparently, I don't care. And yeah, no, those are the doozies anyway. But the art teacher who apparently was at the school just before I joined was an absolute psycho. I've definitely told you about him. Like, he's like throwing clay pots at students who don't follow rules and everything like that. So thank goodness I didn't have him. I don't think I would have survived school with a teacher like that. But anyway. So, Hagrid appears to be following Hermione's advice at using less dangerous, less interesting, let's face it, creatures for lessons, which is excellent. But he has become increasingly more jumpy and distracted in classes. It seems like Umbridge is there for each of their classes now all the time, so maybe that's what probation means. Like, they're constantly getting assessed, maybe, which would make sense. Hagrid is purposely distancing himself from Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and actually says about not visiting him as well. Which I don't know how to word this, guys. I respect Hagrid for that, because that is so out of character. That's bad, isn't it? I don't mean it in a bad way, guys, but he's looking out for Harry and the gang. You know what it is? He's taking something seriously, which seems to be quite a rarity in general for Hagrid, you know. And so I do appreciate that he has like, you know, taken at least what Hermione said at least in part to heart. Yeah, I don't mean that in a horrible way, guys, but it is good that he is doing this, you know. It's a shame that he has to do it, but he has to do it, is what I'm saying. It seemed to Harry that Umbridge was steadily depriving him of everything at Hogwarts that made it worth living. Such a heartbreaking message, guys, but each time that she does it, he redoubles his efforts for the DA, which is so cool, guys. Imagine if the DA wasn't a thing. He just, yeah, it would be really bad. Talking about redoubling efforts, Neville has like become very, very competent. Like one spell, only Hermione learnt it faster than him, which is a huge step forward. And that will be the motivation of knowing that, you know, not only that the people responsible for what happened to his parents are out there, but potentially they could be targeting him, maybe. I don't think that is it. I don't think that is it at all. I don't think that's it. I think it's because, you know, the people that did what they did to his parents are out there, and he, if given the opportunity, I'm not saying he's going to track him down like a vigilante or anything, but if given the opportunity, he will be able to I don't know. Get revenge, is that the wrong term? I'm not sure, to be honest. So yes, we hear about the occlumancy, which apparently is a what's the joke? What's the term? Not a pun, but it's meant to sound like something. So I should be able to learn it easily. So sorry that if I am still saying it wrong. We just hear about them happening. Apparently now the scar very rarely even stops prickling. He's now having the corridor dream every single night. And Ron speculates that it may not be Harry's fault that he can't close his mind because of these lessons, and that it maybe Snape isn't trying to help, and he's actually opening it for Voldemort. And I think this is a very... It's a conspiracy, obviously. I feel like it's an interesting one, but I do disagree with it. And Hermione rightly says, "Shut up, Ron. How often have you suspected Snape, and how often were you right?" Which is absolutely fair, guys. It really is. I appreciate her for saying it as well. Because to be fair, she's done it as well. In fact, which one was it? There was one book in particular where she was really adamant that it was Snape that was up to something. I don't think it was Chamber. It may have been Azkaban. I can't remember, but I remember noting, wow, Hermione's kind of like leading the way with this theory regarding Snape, and so it's good that she's, you know, gotten past that at least. Says that Dumbledore trusts him, and Ron says how they've never seen proof that he isn't a Death Eater anymore. Which, you know, what would constitute proof? And also, why would they be showing it, you know? So yeah, I think that's a bit of a silly line by Ron. But, you know, he's stuck in his ways when it comes to Snape. And quite frankly, Snape hasn't done that much to alleviate that. But then again, he kind of has. Well, I think that him protecting the children in Azkaban is a movie exclusive, isn't it? Him getting in between Lupin and them. Yeah. Anyway, Ron's wrong. I presume. I could be wrong. Yeah, I got down here. Shame that we're not actually having the occlumancy lessons, because I found the first one absolutely fascinating. You know, we're not even hearing what other memories Snape has been accessing. It would have been nice to say, like, Harry couldn't believe that last time Snape saw him. I don't know. Everything that comes to mind is inappropriate. What is wrong with me? Watching Neighbours. There we go. Right. Valentine's Day. Sorry, don't know why I'm sharing. Valentine's Day. An envelope has arrived for Hermione. Harry is to meet her at the free broomsticks. Harry says that he doesn't know if he can, because he's going to be with Cho, and they haven't discussed what they're going to be doing that day, which probably would have been a good idea. But, you know, obviously they're both quite standoffish, aren't they? Hermione says that Cho can come too if she has to. And Ron says he can't go because there's training. That's very interesting. That is actually Valentine's Day, and the entire Gryffindor team is training. But then, yeah, that does seem... Yeah, I mean, it's Angelina's order, obviously, but it does seem a bit draconian. I don't know. I mean, apparently the team is awful right now. But Ron says it's the worst team that he's ever seen, and Angelina won't allow him to resign. Hufflepuff game coming up next, apparently. Harry meets up with Cho. It says that Harry's feet felt too big for his body as he was approaching her because of the nerves. Imagine what Ron's life is like. Harry looks longingly at the Quidditch pitch as they walk towards Hogsmeade, and Cho says, "You really miss it, don't you?" Says how Wood had told him previously to not be a gentleman and knock her off her broom. I'm not sure how she would have found out. I can't remember when and where that is said. Is it actually during the game outside? So Cho would have just absolutely heard it. It could have been. Because obviously Wood was very stressed at that point, but it's a great line. And the fact that Cho seems to, appreciate that is quite funny. I feel like that's suggested anyway. She says, oh, he signed with the Pride of Portree, right? And Harry says, no, it is Puddlemere United, which I wrote down as Puddlemere earlier on, but it's Puddlemere. They talk about the World Cup and say how, oh yeah, we actually saw each other there and everything. Yeah, I was thinking, what could they talk about? I didn't even think about the fact they have this obvious, absolute hobby that they have in common. They're both seekers, right? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So they absolutely have loads to talk about. Unfortunately, it doesn't go that well, though. A group of Slytherin girls pass by. One of them remarks, at least Diggory was good looking, or something like that, regarding to why Cho has chosen Harry. Chosen. Cho choose me, which is a card from The Simpsons. Back to Simpsons again. What is that other guy called? Sideshow... Is it Sideshow Mel? It is Sideshow Mel. Well done, James. Oh, Veggie. Yeah, the one with the bone in the hair. I forgot about him. Certain Simpsons characters who I presume just, stopped being in it at some point. I mean, I don't watch The Simpsons anymore, guys. My goodness, it was good for such a short amount of time compared to how long it's been going. This is probably the best way of putting it. But when it was good, it was the greatest. But my goodness, that was a long time ago now. Oh my goodness, I apologise about my eye, guys. Then again, I think a lot of you guys only listen, don't you? So you won't be seeing me constantly rubbing my eye. I haven't been deleting my notes. They decide to go to look around the shops. They go to Dervish and Banks, where there are posters of the Death Eaters, or at least a poster of the Death Eaters mugshots there. Obviously warning people about them being around. Cho notices that there's no Dementors around. Looking for them, which compared to when Sirius Black was around, was completely, they were everywhere, and students had to be very, very careful and everything. But now there are none. That is an excellent observation by her. And even Harry's like, oh yeah, good point. It's like there's no dementia coverage at all. So Harry speculates himself that the Dementors are actually out of the Ministry of Magic's control now, which I think is still speculation, but that would obviously be why they aren't around. Although I thought it was Fudge's idea for them to be at Hogwarts, right? I feel like it was, because they definitely had a back and forth with Dumbledore, didn't they? I think about it regarding it, and obviously it ended up very badly. Blooming Barty Crouch Jr. But yeah, it's very interesting that there's literally no Death Eater presence at all. They head to Madame Puddifoot's for coffee. everything is covered in frills and bows, I did immediately think, oh, I bet Umbridge would like this. And then Harry like thinks to himself, oh yeah, look, this is reminding him of Umbridge at least, anyway. Davis is in there, the Ravenclaw captain, holding hands with a pretty girl. The entire place is filled with couples, all holding hands. Which is why I feel like it's probably a bad idea for, I don't know. It seems like, because it's Valentine's Day, and Cho had been there the year before, this is basically the place where you go and hold hands and kiss. Which I guess is fine, but obviously Harry doesn't know how to react or even how to start that. There's a hilarious bit with Sugar Bowl coming up. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You get the impression that Cho expected this to go very, very differently than it is. Whereas Harry doesn't know what is going to be happening at all. He has like he doesn't know what direction up is. Is that a term? We'll go with that. So Davis starts kissing the girl. Harry feels Davis is setting a standard that Cho would expect him to compete, which is an amazing line. Oh, there's some good lines in these books, guys. There really are, aren't there? But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. And I don't think that's what Cho is doing, but it kind of it feels like this is the place where you go to do this, isn't it? Cho mentions Umbridge. I don't remember regarding what, but Harry's actually delighted that they have something to talk about rather than potentially hold hands and start kissing and everything. And so yeah, he's delighted to talk about Umbridge for once. Harry asked if, oh god, yeah, here we go. So this is when I start to say things out loud. Harry asked if Cho wanted to go to the Three Broomsticks to meet up with Hermione, and Cho says, "You were meeting Hermione today," and Harry doesn't pick up on anything. Yeah, he says, "Yeah, she asked me to, so I thought I would." To Cho sounds so weird. Would you like to come too? She said it wouldn't matter if you did. Oh, God. Yeah, okay, so this is where I literally said, not abbreviated, but I said, FFS, Harry. Again, not abbreviated. He spies Cho's hand, which I don't know if she's put there to try and to hold hands with Harry, but it says that taking her hand is harder than catching a golden snitch. Obviously, they both have in common. The second that he goes to actually make a move for it, she moves her hand away. So, which I don't know if is a reaction to what Harry just said. I think it potentially very possibly could have been, but yeah, I think it may have just been coincidence, though. Cho at this point is basically watching Davis with an interested expression, which is seems a bit odd, but yeah, the whole thing's odd, guys. The whole thing's odd. She says how he'd asked her out a couple of weeks ago. Harry again has this whole thing. Oh yeah, okay, I say something out after this as well. Harry thinks himself he doesn't understand why she's telling him this. Again, I don't know if I can. It is one word, but I'll abbreviate it to DA. There we go. I need to make sure there's nothing. But it's not the worst insult. Okay, okay. It's if the headmaster of Hogwarts had a donkey. There we go. That would be its name. That's what I called Harry at this point. So that's actually quite funny. That's probably in my Harry Potter joke book. Where is it? Oh, there it is. We'll do a quick joke from this, guys. There's a feature in our live streams when we do them that if you donate anything, then you get a joke read out for you. Knock knock, who's there? Quidditch, Quidditch who? Quidditch a coat. It's so warm outside. That is the sort of quality that you get from that book, guys. So I just called Harry a DA. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. How long have we been recording for? 45 minutes now. I gotta say, these single chapter episodes are so much easier, guys. They really are. Again, I know they're not ideal, but oh yeah, we're making good progress. Still got a lot of notes to go though. So Cho says that how Cedric and her had came here the previous year. Oh, Cho, like a question where there is literally no right answer to say. Says to Harry, did Cedric mention me at all before he died? Ah, God, guys, she's going through trauma. She really is. And obviously Harry is as well, guys. But, you know, it's blooming brutal. It's what a heartbreaking thing to say. Harry tries to change the subject to back to Quidditch. I think that he asks her about if she watched much of the league over the summer. Cho's eyes start to fill with tears as they do, and Harry says, "Let's not talk about Cedric now." And Cho says, I thought you'd understand. I need to talk about it. Surely you need to talk about it too. And at this point, the whole thing just falls apart, guys. It's such a blooming shame. It really is. But, you know, you've got two very traumatized kids here, you know. And clearly, Cho has not had anyone to talk to about Cedric's death, whereas Harry has. Whereas Cho presumes that Harry is going through exactly the same, and is actually surprised that he wouldn't want to talk about Cedric. Harry says how he has been talking about Cedric with Ron and Hermione. Obviously, the latter name, you know, causing more friction because of what Harry stupidly said just now. It's probably on Cho as well, but at the same time, Harry, just think about. She even said today. There's that significance completely lost on him. Anyway, I'm not being nasty, guys. I'm not going back to my anti-Harry agenda that I used to have. I hate the way the word agenda is used as a weapon now, guys. Like, everyone in politics, no matter what side you're on or anything like that, everyone else always has an agenda. So stupid. It's the fact that language can be used that basically, you know. Alright, sorry. Moving on. Oh, dude, I'm not been deleting my notes again. That he has been talking with Ron and Hermione. And Cho snaps, you'll talk about it to Hermione, but you won't talk to me. Maybe it is best if we just pay and you can go meet up with her, like you obviously want to. I don't know why you asked me out in the first place. He technically did, I guess, yes. If you are going to meet other girls after, how many are you going to meet after Hermione? I got down here. Is his fame significant on this? Because obviously Cho knows that Harry is friends with Hermione. But the fact that she's saying that you're gonna have loads of other girls afterwards and everything, I don't know if that's because Harry is well-known person. Maybe that's why she goes there. But also I mean this kind of guy. She's getting hysterical at this point. So that is too strong a term. I apologise. She's very upset at this point. Let's put it like that. And Harry replies, "It's not like that," and laughs. And I got down here. I don't want to upset guys, so I won't use the Lord's name in vain, as I was once told I was doing whilst I was working in a shop. But yes, I said. See, that doesn't sound like it's even worse, but I just said I'm not using the Lord's name in vain. Voldemort. So you'll know what I mean when I say OC. As in OH space C. Obviously I'm not... It's obviously not the bad one, because that would be a very strange thing to say. I also said, not abbreviated, F a duck, which is a term in the UK, guys. I don't know if you've ever heard that outside the UK before, guys, but saying F a duck, not abbreviated, is a... What does it actually mean? I'm not sure I even use it. Used it right. I don't believe I'm typing this into search engine. Disbelief and frustration. Yeah, I used it perfectly. F a duck. Cho runs off at this point because Harry just blooming laughed. Oh my goodness, so frustrating. And everyone in the cafe has now stopped holding hands, stopped kissing, and are now just staring at Harry at what just happened. And Harry pays and leaves. Tries to find Cho briefly, but I don't think there's much of an effort put into it. Harry's still not understanding what just happened, which he must have kind of done because he laughed at the "it's not like that" bit. So I think he does kind of know, but he like goes, "Women." It's amazing. I'm laughing, guys. It's really sad. It's a really sad blooming scene. I don't mean to make light of it at all. I didn't find it funny in the slightest. In fact, I feel like we're probably meant to a little bit of humour, but no, I felt it very upsetting. You know, two very traumatized kids, and you know, Cho thinking that she has a connection with someone, which she then finds she doesn't, and also what she is doing, which presumably was very stressful for her to do, to go on this date, Harry appears to not really care. You know, that's how I interpret it. So I am frustrated with Harry. Obviously, I understand his confusion, but yes, frustrating scene. Hagrid is in the 3 broomsticks. I did think at first, would Hagrid... Did I say Hagrid or Harry? Hagrid is at the 3 broomsticks. I did think maybe Hagrid wouldn't want to be seen talking public with Harry, but then they're in 3 broomsticks, which is the entire purpose of us going to this place. He has 2 more cuts on his nose now. Yeah, got down here. I'm surprised that he's willing to talk, but of course it is at the 3 broomsticks, which is why they're using it for that reason. Okay, just come up to the hour point. Hagrid says how Harry and him are alike. They're both outsiders and both orphans. Got down here. Is Harry an outsider? I mean, I'm not saying that he should disagree with Hagrid. It's like, actually, I'm not an outsider. But Harry's not really an outsider, is he? I feel like he probably means it as in he's different and everyone treats him differently. I don't think that is strictly an outsider in Harry's case. Not in the same way that it is Hagrid. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Hagrid said how how having a decent family is important, and how his dad was decent, and how Harry's parents were decent. Very, very depressed talk. And this is just going off the bat of what Cho was saying about Cedric and everything. Straight into this conversation. It's like, Harry must be like, what is wrong with everyone today? What's so depressed? But, you know, he's just baffled by the entire thing, isn't he? Harry asks where he's getting the injuries from, and Hagrid just says, "What injuries? Oh, that's just normal bumps and bruises. I've got a rough job." He sure does. And in my opinion, he does it roughly. But then again, a lot of people disagree with me, guys. A lot of people disagree with me. He finishes his drink and leaves. And yeah, he's clearly very upset about something. Maybe it is the fact that he sees himself potentially getting fired soon, maybe. Oh no, obviously, he just found out about his mother as well, you know. It's a lot to go through. And Hermione calls over to Harry. I believe that's the right way around. And she is accompanied by two drinking mates, that the least likely drinking mates Harry could ever thought. So I've got down here Draco and Ron, Voldemort and Wormtail, Fudge and Umbridge, that'll be a twist, Rita and Cedric, I've got down here, and I got Sokka and Katara. But no, it turns out that it's Luna and Rita, guys, which is, again, I've mentioned spoilers in titles before. I didn't feel like this was a spoiler because it made you work for it, you know? And so I was kind of expecting Rita to be in it. But if I was just going through the book and I just read the title and then carried on, I probably wouldn't have done it. The fact that I have like this time in between and everything gives me time to speculate. And so I wouldn't say it's a spoiler, but it breadcrumbed it, you know? I feel like that's the right term. So yes, Rita, the ex-journalist here, so I don't realise that she was actually unemployed now. I guess she's freelancer, so she's not journoing, then she's not getting paid. Hermione mentions she assumed that Cho would be with her, with Harry. There's no discussion about what just happened, which is probably for the best, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Hermione wouldn't ask that with Rita there anyway, would she? Because of the way Rita now acts towards Harry. Yeah, Rita goes to make a note about Cho and everything, but Hermione stops her. Yeah, so Rita is unemployed and is looking a bit of a mess. Again, I'm probably being oversensitive, but I kind of... You know what it is, guys? You know what it is? People being unemployed and struggling is something that well, I've had some history with. I've always been quite good at getting jobs, weirdly. I'll be terrified before interviews, but when the interview starts, I'm just king of the hill, basically. I don't know how. I think I've got. There have been a couple of jobs which I've interviewed for, which I haven't got, but I think the vast majority I have. Shop assistant at the Boswells, the place which I've mentioned many times, where I've served people, including Timothy Spall. Not very well. What was Arthur Boswell's? Oh, mystery shopping phone company. I mean, I hate the vast majority of my jobs. But yeah, that was rubbish one. Yeah, so I call people up, giving them information and assessing how well they respond, and everything's a horrible job. The barrister at the palace, as in coffee maker, obviously. Barista, I should say. Sorry. Yes. Copy barista at the palace, which I've mentioned many times, which I've actually got an idea for. Oh yeah, a part of that grounds might be showing up in one of these videos soon, guys. Keep an eye out for that. It'd like be the right time to do it, you know, considering it's there. So yeah, country hotel, kitchen. No, not kitchen staff. Sorry, front of house staff. Again, horrible. Oh, I hate all these blooming jobs. Oh god, I forgot about the one where I was in a pub. Oh no, that was awful. That was possibly the worst. Luckily that place isn't even there anymore. Yeah, it was called the Oxford Hotel. It's like a pub with like some rooms at the back. Oh, that had to be the worst job I've ever had. Absolute. Everyone there was a complete AH, to use my term again. Yeah, that was horrible. That was completely horrible. Thank goodness I'm out of that. That was a long time ago now. I'm actually getting what's the term? I'm getting relaxed joy off the fact that I'm not there right now, you know, which is odd. Cause that's trauma for you there, guys. Jeez, that's really bad. I just got that feeling then. I said the country hotel. Big hotel as well. Quality assurance video game tester, lead tester. Worked at another studio for a bit, but then back to the other to the first studio, and then this waffle. That is my work history. Obviously, QA tester was by far the most enjoyable, but I can't say I really enjoyed any of them, to be honest. And this is all before I was diagnosed as autistic, guys. I feel like I would have been so much better at doing all of them if I blooming knew that. Oh well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anyway, that is my work history. So yeah, I'm being stupid, aren't I? Yeah, I'm being stupid. All right, come on, move past. I'm talking about regarding Rita's appearance. Hermione says one more word about Harry's love life, and the deal is off. And Rita says, "Well, you haven't actually offered a deal yet. You haven't said what the actual deal is." Because I had assumed that they'd already know, but then they were involving Harry, whereas no, this is actually the initial point. I guess because Harry's early, this is actually the initial discussion. Rita is carries on trying to get a story out of Harry, which actually kind of works into Hermione's advantage, because she gets to be very smug in a second. She asks how the Prophet articles have been making him feel, asks if he is still keeping to the story that Voldemort has returned, and even though he's the only witness. And Harry says that there were a dozen witnesses, they were Death Eaters, do you want their names? And you get the impression that's almost like quite a threat. Well, not even a threat, but it's sort of like a challenge to Rita. And Rita says, "Yep," and she said, "Yeah, I'd love to write an article about you being deranged and trying to discredit upstanding members of society." I don't think it's the term she used, but that's essentially what she said. Rita then says that how a Little Miss Perfect regarding Hermione wouldn't want an article written about Harry, and then Hermione replies, "Actually, Little Miss Perfect that's exactly what Little Miss Perfect wants." So she gets the impression that she kind of likes her name, you know. But yeah, so that and it's quite like, you know, mic drop moment for Hermione. I really hope I've been recording, because I just noticed my earbuds were open, which I don't think would affect this. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't affect this. It's fine. Yeah, what a great little moment for smug Hermione. Luna is singing Weasley's Our King to herself, which is amazing. Hermione wants Rita to report exactly what Harry says. I got down here, she really should have told Harry about this beforehand, because if Harry refuses, which it's every right to refuse at this point, that completely means that Hermione's wasted everyone's time. On Valentine's Day as well. Harry or Hermione, I think it might be Hermione, says Voldemort, and it really makes Rita jump, like more than most people. Like it really surprises her. Rita says how the Prophet wouldn't print such an article that Hermione's asking for, and saying that no one believes in Harry's cock and bull story, which is cock and bull story a story that doesn't go anywhere. It's a bad movie. There's Steve Coogan as well, who I generally really like. That was a bad movie, in my opinion. It's a far-fetched, highly implausible story. Okay, am I thinking of a Shaggy Dog story? Yes, a Shaggy Dog story is like a very long-winded, meaningless story. Much like the... I must... Okay, let's get through my notes, and then I will tell you that joke. But I think I must have told you the joke in these videos before, because I know I've said it a couple of times on the channel. It's almost as if I'm repetitive. Oh, we're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. Hermione challenges that they only won't believe that the readers won't believe. So challenges that the Prophet won't publish it because Fudge won't let them, and Rita does admit that Fudge has been leaning on the Prophet. It's a really nice little bit of moment there for Rita. It's sort of like it's not like we have the people who don't believe Voldemort's back and the people who do believe he's back, and that is it. We do get this bit of Rita like saying, yeah, sure, Fudge is putting pressure on us. I actually really like that little moment. It really makes her human, in fact. But she says that no one's interested in the story that will support Harry. People just don't want to believe you know who is back. And Hermione says, what? So the Prophet will only tell people what they want to hear. And Rita very honestly replies, "The Prophet exists to sell, you silly girl." Silly girl is not the bit which I'm agreeing on, but it's true. Its purpose is to make money, and that's it. Truth, lies be damned, you know. Luna says that her dad thinks it's an awful paper. And that he only publishes stories the public need to know. Yeah. Now down here, I've got I make an assumption here, guys. Well, in fact, as soon as Luna appeared, I made this assumption. I thought it was going to be that Rita would be going to the Prophet, and Luna would be going to the Quibbler. But no, that is not the plan at all, we find out. Rita suggests he runs... so regarding Luna's dad, Rita suggests that he runs just like a newsletter with articles like 5 ways to mingle with muggles. Which I guess some wizard folk would have to do, obviously, regarding, you know, their kids and everything. And obviously, squibs and it, like everything. It's been a while since we've had a squib discussion, hasn't it? And the next, Bring and Fly sale. Just awful. That is a terrible Wizard World pun. That should be that joke book, quite frankly, as well. Bring and Fly sale. A Bring and Buy sale is something that we have in the UK, guys. That's why it's a panel. I don't know. Are Bring and Buys outside the UK? Jumble sales, car boot sales. That's not really a car boot sale. I guess it kind of is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just the term in particular I was questioning is used outside. So Luna says that it is the Quibbler that he has, that he runs. And Rita says, I can manure my garden with the contents of that rag, which is an amazing put down. I feel like she should have said fertilise, because it would have been a little bit more subtle, rather than actually say manure. Also, do wizards have to manure their garden? I guess Sprout would know the answer to that, wouldn't she? Yeah, it feels a bit un-Wizard World to use horse manure as fertilizer. That's what the last episode of On the Bus is about. That's how far. That's because it ran for a long time, and they did a lot of episodes. But the last episode is Jack and Blakey in a garden contest. It's a show about buses, guys, bus drivers, you know. But yeah, they had run out of ideas at that point, clearly. But yeah, it's a scene where they're trying to nab the old Iron's horses fertilizer. What am I on about? Right. Of course, Stan, who was not in it at that point anymore, the bus driver on the buses, who I speculate Stan Shumpike is named after. But yes, he left midway through the last series, whereas Michael Robbins, who played Arthur, left the series before to go and pursue more stage work. He was by far the best actor in it. But yes, Reg Varney plays Stan. Reg Varney was the first person in the UK to use an ATM. And I wonder why these videos are long, guys. I wonder why they're long. So yeah, Rita is to write for the Quibbler, which I was not expecting at all. And even with Hermione's threats, I was kind of thinking that she wouldn't. But no, she has absolutely no choice, it seems. Rita asks what her fee will be, and Luna says that the journalists don't have a fee for the Quibbler. That they publish their articles for honour and for the chance to be seen in print. You get the impression the latter is probably more significant. Hermione says that she will that she will inform the authorities about her being an animagus. If she doesn't, and says the Prophet may give you a lot for an inside look at Azkaban. Again, because would that mean that McGonagall should be in Azkaban? Do people know if McGonagall is an animagi? It is known. Okay, so she is registered then. She is registered. Okay, that is very interesting. I did not know that. I probably should have done, but I didn't know that. Okay, so I take back what I just said then. The Prophet may... again, Azkaban. I feel like that's a bit of an empty thread, but still. It would obviously really mess up her career. But also, how would she prove it? Is there any way of knowing... of sensing if someone is an animagus? I mean, you'd imagine Dumbledore would be able to do it, but anyone else? I'm not sure how. I mean, she could put out the theory that that's how Rita gets all these articles done and everything, but you know, I'm not sure if she'd actually be able to prove it though. Rita looks as though she's just great. Rita looked as though she would have liked nothing better than to seize the paper umbrella out of Hermione's drink and thrust it up her nose. I'm guessing it means Hermione's nose. Oh, imagine. You know, on things like I think it's like one of the only scenes of True Lies that I've seen where Arnie is test driving a car with someone he suspects is having an affair with his wife, and at one point he just like smacks the guy in the face, but then it cuts back to them just driving along with nothing happening. So it's obviously just in Arnie's imagination. He's imagining doing it, and that's it. That sort of thing happens a lot. There's one in Arcane, in fact, regarding oh, what's his name? It starts with M. Oh, what's his... Marcus? Marcus. Oh, Arcane was good, guys. They did rush the second series, I think, but it was so good. Got me through some blooming dark times, actually. Anyway. But yeah, what I'm saying is, imagine if they did that on the TV show. That would be amazing if we actually saw it and go, with the umbrella. And then cut back to them all just sat around. That would be incredible. That's obviously not going to be in it. But I wanted to. I got down here that not paying her does feel a little bit needlessly sadistic. Am I being way too defensive for Rita here, guys? I don't like Rita as a character, as a person, I should say. The character I find very interesting, but as a person, I don't like her. Part of me does think I'll just chuck her a couple of quid or something, you know, a couple of quidditch. But yeah, literally to get nothing for it, just to keep herself out of Azkaban, apparently. She has to write this article. She's a very bad person, guys, but yeah. I think we've quickly learned that Hermione can absolutely be a very bad person as well. I'll go down here, it could very potentially damage her reputation as a journalist as well, to write something like that, but I don't know how much that would carry. And you know, she says, Hermione says to Rita, "Fire away, Rita." And it says, "Fire away, Rita, fishing a cherry out of the bottom of her glass." It's so smug. It's so smug. Hermione's great. She really is. So that's my notes, guys. That was an hour and a quarter. I don't know how long the intro was. I don't think we had much housekeeping to do, did we? It's probably like around 8 minutes. That's what I'm going to guess. It is 4 minutes. Bloomin' heck. Okay, so we're going well, guys. We're essentially at an hour 20 into the video. Which I know may feel like, well, then why don't you do another chapter, guys? Doing another chapter doesn't just double my note-taking and my part of this video, it also doubles the book club as well, you know? Not technically, because the good thing with the single chapters, another good thing, I should say, with the single chapters, is that you can absolutely put, in your notes, you can go more into detail. Because I always say to keep your comments short. Granted, some people ignore that part. I still love you, though. But you know, you can have like a good-sized comment, let's say, purely about one chapter. You can have so much more detail in that, guys. If it's 2 chapters, you've got to be more flippant with it. So either way, guys, I said I was going to tell you this, so I'm going to. So an explorer is over in, let's say, the Middle East. Yeah, like the Middle East. And comes across a cave during a sandstorm, so he ducks in there to avoid the storm. And whilst rummaging around in this cave, waiting for the storm to lapse, he finds oh no, I butchered this. Okay, a guy goes into a pub. That's how it's meant to start. And he has a drink. He's enjoying himself. Maybe he's watching a bit of the tennis on the TV or something like that. You know, old pubs didn't used to have sports into TVs and pubs. And another gentleman comes in. And, you know, the guy doesn't say anything, but this gentleman who's just come in has half an orange for a head. So the guy orders his drink, has a sit down, maybe reads a bit of the paper and everything. And the original guy is obviously taken aback by this guy's appearance. And so he doesn't say anything straight away, but he starts to chat about you know, politics or the news or whatever like that. And after a while, he said, like, I really don't want to be rude here, but I noticed that you got half an orange for a head. What's the story there? It's quite unusual. And the guy says, okay, it's fine. I get it all the time and everything. I know it's very unusual. It's because I used to be an explorer. Hence back to the start of the story. And I was in a cave, staying out of a sandstorm, waiting for it to pass, where I found this crate, opened it up, and there was a lamp in there. A very dirty one. And so I thought maybe this could be quite an interesting artifact, so I decided to give it a bit of a clean with my shirt. And all of a sudden, a genie springs out of the lamp and says, "Thank you so much for freeing me for the lamp. I will give you 3 wishes. You can have whatever your heart desires. Usual caveats, no falling in love, all that sort of stuff, all that Disney stuff. And I will make it. I will make it so for you. Whatever you wish. No. The explorer couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that what is actually happening was real. Maybe it was like a side effect of his tiredness or something. But he said, "Well, I can have anything that I wish." And Gene says, "Yes, you can have anything you wish." And so, after giving it some deliberation, the explorer said, "Okay, I think I've decided on my first wish. I wish to be the richest man in the world. I want to have unlimited funds for the rest of my days." And the genie said, "Yep, I make it so." Suddenly, his pockets fill up with gold and everything. He is now the richest man. His bank account is through the roof. He checks on his phone. Let's modernize it. And the explorer can't believe his luck. He said, "This is actually working, and I've still got 2 more of these. This is actually true. This is incredible." So he really gives the second one a long time, a lot of thought process to actually decide. He says, "You know what? I want my own island. I want my own island where I own it. No one else is allowed on there. Everything I can I can have whatever I want on it. I want it to be mine for the rest of my days." And Gene says, "Yep, there you go." Suddenly he's now the legal owner of an entire island, guys, where he can have his own rules and live his own life and away from the riffraff. And the explorer is like, "I can't believe this is actually happening. This is the greatest day of my life. This is incredible." And Gene says, "So you've had your 2 wishes already. You've wished to be the richest man in the world. You've asked to have your own private island. You have 1 final wish, and I will grant whatever it is." And the explorer says, "I want half a head for it. I want half an orange for a head." Let's go over to your notes in the book club. I'm eating an orange. Hi guys, not hi guys, we're back. we are now doing the Harry Potter book club. This is what it looks like over on the Patreon, guys. Like I say, you can back it for as little as you want and get access to everything on there, including this post where you can leave your lovely comments. Typically, because it's Patreon, they've added another feature which makes things slightly more annoying for me. But there is now a less option. So when you first go on it, everything will be set to show more. So because I've had to go and click under them, which is fine. It took like a couple of minutes, but it's just like an extra stage to my work. One thing, I don't know if this is universal across all formats, guys, and so don't take this as gospel or anything. But as I always say, try and keep your thoughts and opinions, your comments to around 4 or 5 sentences. Some people don't listen to that. What may be another way of gauging it is if your comment goes over the show more thresholds. As you can see, Liz's doesn't here, but Dream Myself Away Dreaming, I should say, does just about. If you try and aim for that sort of length, if it's longer, it's fine, guys. Like I say, Dreamy's comment here looks like a fine size. But if you go to show more and then it's like 3 times longer, than the show less version, then maybe you may want to be cutting them down, because we do have some long comments here today, guys. I will start off with the DMs, just so I don't forget those. So you can DM me over on the Patreon, guys, if you don't want your thoughts and opinions to be public. You can also say if you there's me if you don't want if you want to be anonymous or not, but I don't think anyone's ever actually done that, so I don't think so. Either way, we're going to start off with Dustin. There we go. And the comment reads, book club comments. Yes, you have to start your comment. If you DM me, start your comment with book club, because then I know without clicking on it that it is to be saved for the book club. And if you Dara very intelligently last time, if you accidentally have to add 2 comments because you forgot to mention something, make sure the second comment has book club as well at the start, because that's what will be in my notifications. Book club comment, chapter 24. Hang on. Oh, are we not chapter 25? I feel like we are. Hang on, is it chapter 25? Okay, well, let's hope it's just a typo. Hey, it's not a problem if it isn't, because we already covered it. So hey, Veggie, I'm sorry I missed last couple of book clubs, but I have to say something about this chapter. I have read these books multiple times, and this particular chapter upsets me so much to the point that on some rereads, I only make it a couple more chapters before moving on to the next book. Oh, wow! I presume you are talking about the previous... I presume you are actually talking about chapter 24. Well, let's continue. As you've commented, of course. Also, guys, if you do DM me, it is very important that you don't accidentally spoil the stuff for me, because obviously, in the public book club, people will say, hey, edit that bit out because Veggie doesn't know about that, or something like that. If you DM me, there's no one to do that, and so it is very important that you think about that whilst writing comments. Right, especially as I've gotten older, something about the chapter infuriates me. Avoiding spoilers. There you go. Appreciate it. Expect a lengthy rant from me at the end of this book. Oh, very interesting. I'll try to get my comments into the actual book club in future. Again, apologies. You're absolutely fine, Dustin. I presume that you were actually talking about chapter 24 with this, opposed to chapter 25. But yeah, you know what? I'm actually intrigued to read your rant. So thank you so much for your comment. Over to Hobbit. There's a Hobbit movie coming out, guys, or a new Middle Earth movie coming out apparently. The Search for Gollum or something. God knows when it's set. Anyway, book club. Hello. Hope you and the Hound are both well. Yes, we are. It's very warm today, so she's just currently sunbathing at the window. The fiasco between Harry and Cho, fiasco is the perfect word. Harry and Cho is quite a good demonstration of 2 opposite stances on well-being and mental health. Oh, that is ingenious, Hobbit. One extra thing about the DMs, guys. One, I don't know if they want their names public, so I wouldn't be showing the DMs on screen anyway. But also, it shows how much they pledge each month, and I obviously don't want to help people with that. Okay, so yeah, that's another reason why you're not seeing it here. We will get over to. I don't think Jake was first. No, we'll get over to Badger Cat in a moment. There we go. Sorry, comment. That was a great start to your comment. Where has it gone? Oh yeah, there we go. Both have their pros and cons in my view. Cho's view that it's helpful to talk through horrible experiences has become more popular in recent years with therapy culture that states trauma has to be processed. I really like that. I will add on to that the fact that Harry has had people to talk about, so it's not like he's the opposite of that. It's the fact that Cho just hasn't had anyone to actually release the valve, you know, as they say. Whereas Harry's approach is that you absolutely don't want to talk about the things that make you miserable. That is actually particularly with Harry with his history, yeah. As is particular common with men and teenagers, but especially with Brits, and more so back in the 90s, we don't tend to talk about these things. I'm sure I brought it up before, Hobbit, probably quite a while ago, but I learned, this is going to sound like a bit of a tangent, I learned to ride horses a few years ago, guys. Actually, it must have been quite a few years ago now, wow. But I went to a place which is all about the horse. And so it's not like sit on the horse, make it go forward, if it disobeyed, then whip it or anything. No, you need to work really hard. You need to work, your posture is such that you're putting the least amount of weight on the horse as is physically possible. And I'll tell you guys, it was exhausting, and so it was really all about the horse. The horse's well-being, I should say. But I remember once one of the instructors said you really need to work on your breathing, and you make sure that you are breathing deeply even when you're not thinking about it and everything. And I wasn't really doing it, and she her face like changed, and there's clearly a reluctance to even say it. And she said that she had noted that a lot of, and I'm sure there are women who experience this as well, guys. This is not like saying you know, that it's an exclusively male thing, but there are a lot of males who, if they've gone through trauma, literally find it extremely difficult to breathe deeply. And I think that I was actually one of them. And she actually, she didn't say this was the reason why she would like to say it, but she actually said that she has brought this up to people in the past, men and everything, and it's tended to be the last lesson they ever have with them, because they realise that something's up, you know, which is very sad. But yeah, so I feel like there is absolutely merit to what you. I mean, there just is merit to what you're saying. Of course there is. I will try to limit this, guys, because I know some people hate eating when recording, when watching a video, I should say. I'm also back in the 90s. We don't tend to talk about these things. Personally, I think that there's a case for both. The cliche stiff upper lip, very British, approach is often criticised these days, and it's that repressing and bottling up serious problems can cause harm. But on the other hand, I found focusing endlessly on bad stuff can sometimes lead to self-pity and feeling worse. And as for Harry puts it, turn you into a human hosepipe. Oh yes, that's right. Yes, he does say that. Sometimes distraction and getting on with things can actually help. I do enjoy the irony, though, that he then immediately feels troubled that Hagrid won't tell him what's upsetting him. That's amazing. That's a very good observation. Also, Hermione being diplomatic with... Diplomatic is an interesting word to use. Also, Hermione being diplomatic with Luna and the Quibbler. Oh, I see, with the Quibbler. Okay, sure. Character growth. Yeah, that's actually very true. I guess you could also see it as a means to an end, but she is at least showing it some level of respect, though. So that is actually a great point. We'll put the small matter of blackmail on one side. Exactly. Yeah. I feel it's quite bad. It's quite bad. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Okay, guys. So now to the actual bulk. It is slightly shorter this time, guys. One, because it's one chapter. Well, that doesn't usually deter people. But also because it's been over 3 weeks, but it's been before 4 weeks, if you know what I mean, since I posted the blog for it. Because and the reason for that is that I'm trying to get back on track, getting these out by the end of the month. So that's why you're getting this now. I did put out a post on Patreon. In fact, I mentioned that I was going to. Yes, I put out a post on Patreon saying, "Hey, you have this amount of time to get your post in." So hopefully everyone was able to get their thoughts down. But we're starting off with VEGGIEKNIGHTS. Greetings, Veggie and Woozle. If you were a student at Hogwarts at this point, as a Hufflepuff, or perhaps not knowing Harry very well, do you think you would believe that Voldemort is back? Would you doubt the official story about Azkaban breakout? I think it'd be based on what my parents thought, to be honest, which I think is quite a reflection on a lot of the students at I mean, like, you know, you could say Seamus, but also you could say Luna. You could also say, oh, what's his name? The Hufflepuff, who basically says, because Harry's on Dumbledore's side, I agree with him. That's taking his parents' opinion, you know? And so I do feel like it'd be down to what my parents want, to be honest. I wouldn't be all out, no, Voldemort can't be back. Because I'm enough of a pessimist to be terrified of shadows. So yeah, I think that I'd lean on that on my own though. I related to Harry's awkwardness as he meets up with Cho. Harry's feet seemed to be too big for his body. I bet they're not as big as Ron's. Fair, but I made a similar point. Magic Cat. Let's see how many people other people did. We'll have to keep a tally of that. I would think that Rita would just register as an animagus so that she couldn't be blackmailed anymore. But it's been such a tool for her in her journalism. She may not be able to do her journalism with her registered. But her current situation is such that, yeah, I feel like she needs to take the power away from Hermione, basically. I mean, she's in one of the later movies, isn't she? She's in the court with Umbridge, as I remember, right? Well, of course, that's the movies. Sorry, I didn't even think about that. I just put it straight in my mouth. No, that is not what she said. I've been having some spiced rum recently, guys. Right. As always, thank you so much for the hard work, but please remember to take care of yourself. Thank you, VEGGIEKNIGHTS. I really do appreciate messages like that. It's very, very kind of you. I mean, the single chapter thing just is, and it's not ongoing, guys. If we get back to a point where, I mean, there are chapters in this book which are like 25 minutes long, as I remember. Obviously, we will be doing 2 chapters on those, but right now, it's just every single chapter is bloomin' chunky. Yeah, chapter 33 and 34 we'll undoubtedly do together. Oh, there are some long chapters. Even the last chapter, traditionally the last chapter is really short in my experience, but it's one of the biggest in this book, apparently. I didn't read the names. Thank you so much, Patrick. Very kind of you. Also, I worried that at some point, guys, I'm going to miss pressing this on a comment. So if I do that, I apologise. But it's just an extra layer of stuff which I have to do for Patreon. It's fine. Stop complaining, Veggie. And yes, hi, Veggie. Hermione, Luna, Rita walk into a bar. White long face? No, wait. No, ignore it. That's a different joke. It comes with no surprise that Harry's date with Cho wasn't included in the movie. Well, quite. Yeah, quite, actually. Absolutely. I understand Cho's reaction, but when she saw how long it took Harry to realise she wanted him to ask her on a date for Valentine's Day, she should have figured out that subtle hints are wasted on him. Yes, absolutely. She's also very nervous as well, and also she's always got Cedric in the back of her mind as well. But yeah, you are actually right, actually. I feel like I'm going light on Cho in these chapters, guys. I'm definitely more frustrated at Harry. But we shall see how these comments go. I'd be very interested to see. For being so adamant about house elf rights, Hermione doesn't seem to mind using slave labour. Slave labour? It's not slave labour, it's blackmail. Yeah, I mean, like, there is a subtle difference, but yeah, still, I absolutely see a point. Making Rita work for free using blackmail. There we go. If it's, I guess that's slave labor. I guess blackmail could be slave labor, but I don't know if this really counts as it though. Slave labor. I mean, labor is a bit of a stretch all on its own. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're getting. I'm getting stupid. Sorry. If it's done to the right person, but I guess you could call it reparation after what Rita did to her and Harry. Yeah, I mean, it actually really is to the readers. It will be like a response piece to her earlier work. So yeah, that actually makes it a lot. That actually makes it a lot more kosher, in my opinion. What do you think will come out of the article? Will people believe Harry? Will anyone even read it? Considering it will be published in the Quibbler. I think that people will definitely read it. I think it will up sales for the Quibbler. If you do indeed buy it. I have no idea, because there are free papers in the UK. The Metro is one. Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, I'd be surprised if if it backfired or if no one read it. So yeah, I feel like it will have a modest positive effect, I think. Thank you so much for your comment, Alice. Jake. So my Weasley. I've been looking forward to this these next few chapters since the start of the book. There we go. Chapter 25. The article quotes Fudge reminding us Black is the first person to break out of Azkaban. So is this a willful cover-up for Barty Crouch Jr. Actually being the first? Cracking point. Hang on, what? Hang on. Would Barty Crouch have been the first? Because Black saw the parents' visit. Yeah, he would have been the first. Barty Crouch Jr. would have been the first, wouldn't he? Great. That is an excellent point, Jake. First Fleur. Now a pretty blonde girl. Roger Davies. No, it is Davies, isn't it? Oh, Davies, it says so. Certainly has a type. Oh, well, yeah, blonde, yeah. Definitely some faux pas from both parties on the date. Harry is rather tactless, but mentioning Davies asking her out is definitely a weird thing for Cho to do. For Cho to comment. Do you think they'll have a second date? I feel like I'm team Pumpkin Pasta here, guys. Maybe because she did such a good job in Arcane, the actor. I think that she said that in response to what Harry had just said about Hermione. Yeah, I think it was true. I don't think she's lying, but I feel like she's saying it because that is definitely after Harry said about, oh yeah, Hermione asked her off what I would. I'm sure that is the correct order. So yeah, I feel like it was like a pushback at that. Hermione blackmailing Rita again. I love her dark side, absolutely. I struggle to imagine Emma Watson's Hermione doing that. Breaking rules is quite exciting, isn't it? Who are you and what have you done with Hermione? I love those lines. I love those lines, but they are movie exclusive, aren't they? Or so far, anyway. But it absolutely fits. The end justifies the means, book Hermione. Yeah, sure. Which version do you think the series will be more like? Book Hermione. No, sorry, movie Hermione doing what book Hermione does to Rita. In both cases. It is hard to imagine. I feel like they could have done it. I'm going to go with that. But it is bad what she's doing. It objectively is. I presume they'll go with the book version. At this point, Hermione should be built up to such a character that it will just fit that she will do it. So yeah, I would imagine the series will go with the book version. Wish you the best. Wish you both all the best. Pardon me. See you next month. Any plans for the garden this year? I've been doing my front garden for the last few weeks. Just trying to get it back to a good state. Cause like the year after my mother died, I really focused on the lawn out the back, which is when we were talking about it so much. And I do want to. I should really feed it soon. Actually, it's that time of year. But because of that, and also not having the energy to do stuff, the front garden really got into quite a mess. And so I'm really trying to make it look nicer. And you know what? A little bit of work goes such a long way. It really does, guys. You just prune like a bush back and everything, and all of a sudden the entire area looks so much better. So yeah, I'm currently pruning in the front garden a lot. I've got a red robin that is looking okay. It was looking really bad before. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much, Jake. Thank you so much for your comments. Andrew. Hi, Veggie. The worst chapter in the whole series. I'm joking. Amazing. What is the worst chapter? Vernon seeing... No, that's a good chapter. I was going to say the first chapter. The first chapter is very good. The worst chapter. But you know what? For me, it'd probably be a Quidditch match. It probably would, guys. Yeah, and you know what? Take your pick. I don't find them that interesting chapters. I honestly don't. It's a lot of Harry then went that way and then Harry then went that way. It's sort of like, okay, cool. It's hard to write sports in books. Clearly, not that I've ever tried. This is purely because of how awkward, cringeworthy, and painful Harry and Cho's date was. I say this is the worst chapter because the awkwardness is written perfectly. Oh, I see. So you're talking good heat rather than bad heat. I see. The scene is incredible in the worst way. Yes, that is a good way of describing it. And it's horrible in the best way. I hope that makes sense. No, you make a complete sense, of course, absolutely. I love Neville finding something within himself following the Azkaban outbreak. It shows his issue in class was confidence and perhaps a lack of drive. The drive, yeah, absolutely. Rather than skill. He's learning things with passion and intensity and a want for revenge. Revenge, I'm not sure if that's the way my brain goes. I mean, we shall see, but I see it more as he wants to be ready for if and when. It's obviously I don't think he's going to be going after people, is what I'm saying. But if he's given the chance, he will be focusing on them. If that makes any sense. That's how I see it so far. He's sad on one side, considering he's fueled by grief, but on the other hand, it's nice to see him excel. Luna and Rita being in the same room and same scene is a must-see for the TV series. Oh, absolutely, that'd be great. That'd be great. I hope you enjoyed WrestleMania. It hasn't happened as of writing, but I'm expecting a solid 6 out of 10. I'd say it's less than a 6 out of 10. I really do. For one, the matches were nearly all incredibly short, and there was an incredible amount of adverts. Now, I watched it after the fact, so it didn't really matter because I could skip forward. But if I was watching live, I would have gotten very frustrated with those adverts. My goodness. And then such short matches. Roman Punk was absolutely the best match of the event. I really skipped through night one. For one, I really wasn't bothered about many of the matches, particularly the main event. And the fact I am going to make this rant now, Andrew, and I'm sure you're the only one who understands what I'm on about. The fact that the day after, or a couple of days after WrestleMania, Pat McAfee and Jelly Roll like saying, yeah, we didn't want to ruin it. We didn't want to be a part of this storyline. It's such a shame that, you know, and so that's why we made the brave decision to pull out from the storyline, to, you know, for the fans, you know, because we love wrestling as well. So that's why we pulled out. Yeah, you still went to WrestleMania main evented. So why not put up before then? You still got your little pictures, didn't you? I hated that. It's the fact that so many people fall for that sort of insincerity as well. It bothers me so much. Even the end of the match was all about Pat McAfee. And he's saying, yeah, no, he didn't want to be a distraction of the match. He was the main thing, the main twist in the main event, night one of WrestleMania, was focused on him. But he didn't want to take focus. Then pull out before. And again, that's not what she said. Sorry, Andrew. Like I say, Roman Punk was awesome. And I think Roman's back to his heel music now, right? He was at WrestleMania, then on the Raw afterwards he wasn't, and now apparently he is back to it again? I didn't watch Raw this week. I am taking some time off from wrestling, guys, because my goodness, it is nosedived. It is such a shame how bad it's become. And this is the thing, wrestling can do that, you know. It's usually like it is now. It's usually bad, but when it's good, it's incredible. And they had like a run of, like, say, 5 years, less than that in fact, yeah, maybe 4 years, of it being absolutely awesome. I will always say this: the women's division is never well booked. It just isn't. Now that isn't taking anything away from the talent. The talent is the greatest women's division they've ever had. The writing for them is always, we are best friends, but now we're not best friends. That is literally the storyline of 99% of women's wrestling story angles. It's just an afterthought. The writers just clearly don't care. They have Rhea Bloody Ripley, which I can't say that because that's what she calls herself. And also I can say bloody on YouTube. Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Io Sky, Asuka, like an insane freaking roster of women's wrestling, and all the storylines are so rubbish. Oh, apart from the one with Kairi Sane and Asuka, of course, which is obviously building up to a big swerve. It was building up into it until they like cut Kairi Sane last week. Unless that's a work, I don't freaking care anymore, guys. I'm taking time off wrestling. Moving on. Sorry about that, Andrew. But you did say, I hope you enjoyed WrestleMania. I enjoyed the Night 2 main event. It was by far the best match. Danny, hello Veggie, and of course Woozle. Even though I'm early, this chapter doesn't have quite as much up for discussion as previous ones, so others have already covered most of what I wanted to say. Both of the scenes here, I think, are worthy of screen time, and while I understand cutting them from the movie for time, it's so disappointing. It's so disappointed that the first time I saw this movie, and all we got was one kiss and a conversation between Cho and Harry. And obviously no Rita Skeeter. Well, Danny, this goes into the whole Golden Harry, isn't it? I mean, we can have Harry like smile and actually have his water pour down his chin and stuff like that. But I don't think we ever have a movie Harry being tactless or not picking up on something, and as a result making another person burst into tears. I just don't think they were ever going to have that with Golden movie Harry. Again, as always, guys, not a reflection on Daniel Radcliffe. I thought he was excellent in the role. I haven't seen anything else with him, have I? Did he show up in something? No, I don't think I have. Anyway. Was he in like an episode of the Extras or something? I've barely seen Extras, guys. I've basically seen scenes of Extras. The sitcom, I should say. I feel like he may have been in that. The bit. What is his bloomin' name? Who played Wolfie Smith? 9? It's Robert Lindsay. Peter Vaughan didn't play... Oh, anyway. Robert Lindsay. The one where he's on it. Robert Lindsay is probably best known for a sitcom from the 70s called Citizen Smith. I brought it back to 70 sitcoms again, guys. And, like, Ricky Gervais's character and him are visiting, like, an ill kid in a hospital or something. I'm not sure exactly sure why. And it's clear that Robert Lindsay is getting rather arsy with the fact that the kid doesn't really know who he is. And so as he's leaving, Robert Lindsay goes, "Power to the people!" Which is obviously his catchphrase from Citizen Smith. And the kid goes, "What?" And then Robert Lindsay goes, "Oh." Right? I think so. I feel like, yeah. Again, I haven't seen much extras, but that's my favourite bit. Especially since Robert Lindsay just seems like such a lovely chap. Anyway, Danny, did I actually finish your comments? I didn't. What am I like? Jeez Louise. Others have already asked what you think will... Oh, and also the David Bowie bit is amazing as well. Sorry, right, back to this. Others have already asked what you think about the coming article, but I'd like to ask what you thought was going on when Harry walked into the Three Broomsticks and saw the trio sitting there waiting for him. You know what, Danny? I don't know if this is like, me patting myself on the back. The second that they were there, everything kind of fell into place, apart from the fact that I thought that Luna was going to write for the Quibbler and Rita was going to write for the Prophet, which that was incorrect. But I immediately got the gist of what Hermione was doing, and it was why I had that note of, you really should have told Harry what you were doing this time. Yes, so I actually, I was actually quite fast on it, I must admit. So many more book exclusive chapters coming. I can't wait. I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much, Tyler. That's very, very kind of you. And it sounds like there's good stuff to come. I mean, this whole book's been excellent, but yeah. Thank you so much, Johnny. I appreciate your comment. Sunblooded. Hey, Woozle, and alright, Veggie too, I guess. Excellent. Hagrid's bruises still aren't healing at all. Surely Pomfrey could fix them, and a new cut. If you were reading this without any film knowledge, what would you think was going on? Well, to be honest, even with the film knowledge, I'm not sure what's going on. I don't think it's Nagani per se, because it sounds like it's the same thing that Arthur may have been having. It obviously makes me think that maybe it's something that he is going to be introducing into a class. The Pomfrey thing, I think that maybe Hagrid is the kind of person who just think, oh, it's okay, it's no big deal. I don't want to interrupt her looking after the students. It's quite a good accent. Yeah, I don't think he would go to Pomfrey. I think if it was something serious, he would, but obviously he's not taking it serious. Or serious. Maybe it was serious he did it. He's the one who's been biting everyone inside this Serious Bites clinic. Which was a joke. Need to make that clear, guys. I was joking. I apologise. Yeah, I don't know. I have not, if I have film knowledge, which I'm meant to work out what's going on, I don't know. I love Lee and the twins. You can't punish us because it's not directly related to your subject. Yeah, it's just asking for trouble, though, wasn't it? Sorry, I'm gonna eat this real quick. Ron accusing Snape. Wild. I swear he gets accused of being evil at least a couple of times every book. Oh, at least! Yeah, definitely. Especially from Ron. And Hermione's definitely done it in the past as well. That date is so awkward, I feel bad for both of them. Okay, Hermione's a genius for coming up with that plan with Rita Skeeter. And a sadist as well, in my opinion, but yeah. Also, gotta say, I do hate the name Cho Chang. It's just so it's just stereotypical, especially for one of the only Asian characters in the books. One of. I'm sure there are others. There's probably an obvious one I think I'm missing, isn't there? Oh, Asian. So that covers like Indian as well, of course, yes. Yes, you make that point. I think it's only Cho and the Patel sisters. I don't... And doesn't even make sense. It's two surnames from different countries, Korea and China. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, I will let you finish your point first. You think that were put together to make a name that sounds Asian Chinese without doing any actual research to make a real name. Okay. I've never had an issue with the name personally, but then again, I know very little about what is surnames, what isn't surnames. I would imagine that China and Korea possibly do have crossover names, potentially. I actually don't know, guys. This is all... you know, if there's any experts, let me know. Or anyone from Korea or China, of course. I mean, is she called Cho-chan in the Chinese version? With their wonderful covers. Yeah, Sunblooded, I don't know where you're from. And I don't know how I don't know if it's something that Gaff said that's my shtick, so I don't know if that's I'm agreeing with you. Or unless that's a reply to something else. I don't know. I gotta say, you know what? I feel like my brothers mentioned the name Cho Chang being weird to him before. It doesn't seem that weird to me. It really doesn't. Now, granted, I watch more Japanese stuff than Chinese stuff. The name doesn't seem odd to me. I know that a lot of maybe Cho's short for something. Because a lot of Chinese first names, or no, oh god, let's not get into that. Because in Japanese names are switched around, aren't they? Are very often quite long, aren't they? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's never stood up to me, Sunblooded. It sounds like you know more on it than I do. I'd like to learn more. And I'd like to know what other people think about the name, because it's never stood out as odd to me before, but, you know, maybe that's a reflection on me. Thank you so much for your comment. Kensit. One amazing chapter that the movie skipped entirely. Absolutely. I do feel for Cho, but I do feel for Harry. He is oblivious to the subtle hints Cho gives that he doesn't realise asking to meet Hermione was a bad thing. Okay. Was she being subtle? Or maybe she was being subtle. Even though Cho should know Hermione is his best friend, and he's seen with her a lot, and that Harry likely doesn't see Hermione that way. Yeah, that's the way that I see Harry's response, absolutely. But I guess after getting teased about being on a date with Harry and everything else she must be feeling, she isn't thinking about it and just letting her emotions take over. Yeah, I feel like I'm more frustrated. I think out of every comment that we've read so far, I'm more frustrated with Harry than anyone else here. It's very interesting reading all these different takes, guys. Rita is back. Always looking for the gossip. Got to love the dark side of Hermione, absolutely. That's what this book should have been called, the dark side of Hermione. Kenzie, thank you so much for your comment, greatly made. Gaffnell. Greetings, chapter 25. I'm surprised any student I'm surprised any students get the newspaper. The oldest students are 17. Good thing Umbridge does not actually teach her class, or she would not have time to do all the inspections. Good thing that Umbridge... Oh, that's a fair point. That's actually a great point. It doesn't actually teach them, does she? I just read a book. What do you think about getting Rita to do the story for the tabloids? I'm fascinated by it. I do think it's sadistic, but I think it's good. I think it's going to work. I think it's going to be positive things from it. I struggle to think how it could really go that wrong. Yeah. What is going on with these replies? Why are you surprised? Oh, yeah, you did say surprise, sorry. I was going to go back to this. I didn't. Yeah, when I was 17 or younger, I wouldn't have read the newspapers. Absolutely not. I personally definitely wouldn't have. That being said, the fact that they are a boarding school, it really is the only... It's going to be, like, for a lot of them, the only connection to the outside world that they're going to be getting, especially now that teachers can't talk about stuff outside of their lessons. Some subjects, I should say. You could imagine more people doing it then, but even then, I don't think I would have, though. I'm dyslexic, and dyslexia really affected my school career. Anyway, Gabriel, great comment. Greatly made. John. Here are my notes for this chapter. It's definitely a pretty awkward chapter, and not one I would reread on its own. Well, there you go, very interesting. It's certainly very awkward, and also it kind of not that much happens compared to other chapters as well. So I can see this chapter being that. I thoroughly enjoyed it though. Not that I think it's badly written. It captures the awkwardness well. Yeah, quite exactly. I don't think Harry handled the situation on his date well, but I don't think Cho could either. This seems to be the general thing of people like saying, yeah, but Cho didn't do it well either. Whereas my notes were kind of like, come on, Harry. They really were. I mean, I said F a duck at one point to him. Harry should have been more clear on what he was planning with Hermione, but I also think Cho overreacted a bit. Yeah, he doesn't really know what Hermione's planning though, that's the thing. I'll say this with Cho, is that she doesn't immediately go, oh right, Hermione is it? But it's on top of the fact that he's not taking her hand. The fact that she's mentioned the Davis thing, and that clearly didn't rile Harry up or wake Harry up at all to what the situation is or anything like that. And it's when Harry said that he talks with Ron and Hermione, that's when she overreacted. So I see it slightly differently. But yeah, I really am Team Cho when it comes to this discussion so far. I also understand that Cho needs emotional support after Cedric's death, but Harry literally saw him die, and I don't think he needs to talk about it if he doesn't want to. Yeah, but he has talked about it, though, with Ron and Hermione, which is what he actually said, you know, which again wouldn't have exactly helped. It was factual, but it wouldn't have exactly helped Cho. But, you know, Harry is literally speaking factual here. He's not... He's being a bit autistic in a weird way. I mean that respectfully, because obviously I'm autistic. But not picking up the subtleties of discussion, you know. Yeah. John, great comment. I'm loving hearing all these different takes on this. Slime. Slim, sorry. Oh, it is Slim, isn't it? Slime. Oh, I'm Slim. Hi, Veggie. The tragedy of the date is that Cho wanted Harry to trauma dump to her, and then goes and he goes and does it to Hermione. Luna and Rita. Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, I think if the conversation had gone on for longer, Harry would have. He wouldn't have carried on saying, no, let's not talk about Cedric. I mean, like, he would have actually been, yeah, okay, let's talk about Cedric for a bit, and then let's get back to Quidditch, you know. But it didn't go longer, because he said completely the wrong things, and laughed as well, which is a moment. It's good that Harry is finally expressing himself to someone that isn't Ron, Hermione, or Sirius, though. You mean regarding Cho, I presume, rather than Rita? Yeah, I presume so. Or maybe not. Neville trying his heart out in response to the Death Eater breakout. Asking about a breakout, I should say. Proof that Neville isn't a bad shoe, just requires careful handling and the right motivation. Absolutely, it's clearly working as well. Ron and Harry might flirt with the rules occasionally. Okay, right. I was wondering where that sentence was going. But Hermione blackmailing Rita Skeeter seems like a pretty big line to cross. Yeah, that's so true. Harry, particularly Harry, will break the rules with no thought as long as it's a what you don't know can't harm you sort of situation. So, like the invisible blanket. Well, no one knows I'm invisible. I'm not. That's fine, you know. Whereas Hermione is actually attacking Rita here. Brutal. Even Fred and George thought twice about blackmailing Bagman. Great comparison. Is Hermione breaking the law herself by not turning Rita in? Darth Hermione is scary. Well, she's breaking the law by blackmail, you presume. Unless blackmail isn't illegal in the Wizarding world. I mean, I think that Fred and George may have actually been discussing the legality of it, in fact. Which is a great callback, Slim, seriously. Hermione's already breaking the law. Not turning an animagus in would also mean that Harry's breaking the law, Dumbledore's breaking the law. A lot of people are breaking the law. So I think the bigger crime here is certainly the blackmail, I would say. If it is indeed a crime in the Wizarding world. Do you think Voldemort was happy because A, the Death Eaters escaped, B, a specific Death Eater escaped, or C, he's worked out the connection, D, Bode got murdered, or something else, or E, something else? That is actually a great point. My mind just went purely to just the Death Eaters had escaped. But you're saying specific one, the connection being worked out, I didn't assume. Bode's murder, I certainly didn't assume, but, you know, what? Absolutely it could have been that. Wow, yeah, great question. Yeah, I just assumed A. I normally skip the awkwardness when rereading. I can understand that. But I preserved for this book. Oh, persevered. There we go, persevered for the book. I greatly appreciate them. Your idea that Snape is a dog person made me smile a little. Given Sirius, a star, the star system is nicknamed the Dog Star, and Sirius, the character, Animagus is a dog. Oh, I didn't even know there was a star system called Sirius. How blooming interesting! I feel like I should have known that. Then again, Umbridge, Hermione, and McGonagall are all like cats. Different strokes for different folks. Great term. Might edit. Thank you so much for your comment, Slim. Dio! What the bird, Veggie? Something I just thought of in this reread. Oh, read through, sorry. Voldemort's being, really happy about the mass breakout actually suggests that he was not entirely sure it would work out as planned. So Azkaban truly is quite a formidable prison if even Voldemort wasn't sure he could pull off a mass breakout. Great point, Dio. Now, I need to compare it to Slim's comment just now. It's possible that he wasn't laughing at that. It's absolutely what I assumed he was laughing at. But yeah, that actually puts over Azkaban really well in a strange way, doesn't it? Diego, thank you so much for your comment. Or maybe he's laughing at the fact it was so easy. Maybe. Florin, hi Veggie. This chapter comes with two very interesting bits. Neville improving faster than almost anyone else, and the alliance of Skeeter. Alliance isn't interesting there, Florin. I'm joking. Luna and Hermione. Since probably most of the comments will be about this topic, what do you think about the other people getting the Harry Potter treatment and becoming famous for having dead relatives? Yeah, it's so bloomin' sad. It's so flippin' sad. Yeah, I feel like there is an existence where some people would appreciate it because maybe they haven't been able to talk about their lost ones. But I think the vast majority would find it extremely isolating. Yeah, I really do. Do you think that would ever be a topic in the books? No, absolutely not. I you know what? When it came up, I was sad for the students, but I thought that is actually so real. That is so real. It's very well written. Florin, thank you so much for your comment. Hi, Veggie. What do you think about Bode's death? Completely came out of nowhere. Do you think it's significant that he worked at the Department of Mysteries? Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I presume it was a Death Eater that was able to get that plant in there. Poor Lee getting the blood quill. Yeah, I need to remember that term because I keep on saying the hand thing, which is not good enough. Do you think Harry's increased sensing of Voldemort's mood is actually due to the occlumency, as Harry believes, or something else? Well, it could be that Voldemort is kind of like improving on being able to use it in the same way that Harry is trying to improve on how to block it. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. That's kind of like where my mind originally went. But it could be something else. It could be Snape. Of the entire series, I've always found the Cho date to be the hardest to read. Really, not like Harry in the graveyard or like the court scene or Dumbledore. Yeah, like interviewing Barty Crouch Jr. whilst he's knocked out. With Harry there, this is the hardest chapter to get through. I love that so much. I don't know what you mean. I know what you mean. The level of embarrassment is so visceral, and it only gets worse with each thing Harry says. I'm glad that you say that. I'm glad that you said that, Dodo, because it started to seem like I was reading it very, very differently, but. It is Harry where I've had the most frustration with, so I'm so glad you said that. Also, what about Weasley? Weasley is our king, because that was actually annoying to even sit through listening, because it just kept on saying it, which I know is the point. It's meant to be frustrating. But yeah, that was another hard one to get through, and obviously with the game going as it does, and what happens afterwards. Luna singing Weasley is our king under her breath. That's a weird coincidence. But remember my theory a few books ago. Oh, yeah. I presume that's regarding Luna not technically being a Gryffindor fan, but being a Gryffindor fan for that day, potentially. I'm not sure. I wonder how Hermione and Luna's planning for the interview went. Oh, unless you're talking about Ron. Oh, maybe. I think you might be talking about Ron, actually. That's very, very interesting. I wonder how Hermione and Luna's planning for the interview went. They surely must have repaired some broken bridges from before. Unlike allies, absolutely, yeah. That would be, again, that's another example of that would be great to have a Hermione book. Following her exploits. Because, yeah, I would like to, because it would basically, she'd have to just turn on the charm and, like, you know, what's the term? Hold her nose isn't really the right term. You know, I had to, like, swallow her pride, basically, yeah, and for the greater good. And since you were curious about lifetime Harry Potter fans' reactions to the series, mine have been nothing short of, this is exactly what I've been waiting for all my life. Yes, 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 amazing. Genuinely one of the happiest days this year. I was riding the clouds for hours. This is based on the trailer, I presume. Hope it's not too long. Thanks again. I'd say this is bordering on long. Yeah, I'd say it's bordering on long, Dodo. But it's not. It's not. You're certainly not. It's not the worst. Let's put it like that. So yes. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the show looks absolutely excellent, guys. I got to say, if... Oh, God. This is probably the best place to bring this up, guys. If I am to cover it, it will probably have to be a Patreon exclusive, because I can't put up with... The thing is, guys, however I word it... Okay, I'll word like this. It seems like, when it comes to Harry Potter... As a franchise and everything, the Snape thing aside, guys, because I genuinely just don't care that Snape is black. If you do, that's fine. I don't care, and you can't make me care by leaving comments saying that I should have to care. I don't care. But when it comes to Harry Potter as a thing, guys, and this is something which I didn't know about before I started my movie reaction to it, and obviously subsequent book reviews and everything. That you are either all the way on one side of an opinion or all the way on the other side of an opinion. I'm not, guys. I'm not part of any team. If we're talking morality, guys, and you're saying, well, you shouldn't watch... I don't believe I'm saying this, guys, but I mean this in the sweetest way, and in the kindest way, because I got the comments that I got weren't all from random people who've never seen my channel before. They were from people who have been a part of the channel as well, and I want to be able to have a discussion with them about it as well, about why I cover Harry Potter, and you know why I'm interested in covering the show. But if you're saying that morally you shouldn't watch a TV show, I really hope that you have every single aspect of your life on point. I really do. I'm sure that you would never buy a drink by the Coca-Cola company. I'm sure that you would never buy anything from Nestle. Ever. No Kit Kats, nothing like that. Ever. No Nespressos or anything. I'm sure that morality, you have everything absolutely down on check. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't drink Coca-Cola, guys. I have Coca-Cola every now and then. I'm not saying that you shouldn't eat meat. I don't care if you eat meat, guys. It means nothing to me. Each person has their own choice of morality. And for me, I don't have that much of a problem in checking out the show. So if you are essentially demanding that someone shouldn't watch something because of something that author may or may not have said, I really hope that you have everything down in your life on check. Because if not, you are a real hypocrite and actually being rather blooming... Moving on. And again, guys, that isn't me saying that I'm completely fine. I'm not even going to get into it, guys. We've always said that we're not going to get in. We're here to discuss the book. But I'm certainly not saying that I'm completely behind everything that the author has ever said. I'm certainly not saying that I'm completely against. I'm completely against everything that she said. It's completely separate to me. That's why when it comes to these book reviews and the movies and everything and the TV show, I hope that we can just enjoy the product, because that has been our philosophy since I even first found out that there was any such controversy, we said, well, we are here for the story and that's it. So there we go. So the reason why this rant has just happened, guys, because when I posted that movie reaction, which did well, guys, you know, the channel has not been doing well recently for numbers, which isn't the complaint, guys. That's on me, obviously. But it did better than most of my other videos. But it really depressed me. It really brought me down really badly. And the thing is, I know that the people who were leaving these comments and everything largely were coming from a good place. There you go. Anyway. Fun time with Veggie. Let's talk about books. We should probably have a break in a bit. But I will say this, guys. One, being vegan does not make you a good person. I don't think I'm a good person, guys. I try to be a good person when I can and everything, but I wouldn't say that I'm like... it certainly doesn't make me any better than anyone else. And so, yeah, I just, like, live my life by my choices. And like I say, I have cola things and everything, guys, but, you know... The first thing I ever gave up was actually Nestle. It actually was. Like, before I even gave up... Oh, was it? No! Was it? Did I give up Nestle before I gave up... The first thing I gave up was duck. Because it's my favourite meat. I think it may have been around the same time, actually. Did I give up Nestle or meat first? And again... If you buy Nestle products, guys, I don't care. The people I love most in the world buy Nestle products, and they always have done. And I don't see them in any other light. It just, in my opinion, it was something that I didn't really like. In the same way, the reason why I stopped eating meat and everything is that I just didn't see me as... It didn't feel good, me doing it. And that's what I felt about with Nestle. And so that's why I personally chose to stop buying Nestle products. Looking, you know what? For a second there, I quickly looked in the background and think, "Hang on, I got the Nestle back there, like a massive Kit Kat poster or something like that." No, I'm pretty certain I've not bought any Nestle for the longest time. In fact, my brother. This is probably a bit ridiculous for me actually, but my brother has like one of these Nespresso pod coffee things. That is Nestle, isn't it? Nespresso, I'm sure it is. And I actually, I would say no, thank you, based on because it's from them. But again, that's me making a decision for me. That's not me making a decision for anyone else, guys. Anyway, I'm sorry to do this rant, guys, but I felt like I needed to because it wasn't the only thing that was getting me down, but it really got me down because I've always. You know what it actually is, guys, and it's going to sound really freaking pretentious now. When I started YouTube, actually, I've got the receipts for this. I've got receipts for this. When I started YouTube, I wanted to make people feel happy. I want to make them feel better about themselves. I want to be positive. You know, I'm not going to be one of these YouTubers who like post I don't know, the veggie gamer situation is wild or whatever. Yeah, there's that meme now, isn't there? A lot of videos being called that. Yeah, no, I always wanted to be like a positive thing and everything. And the fact that it was people who I recognised from the comments, it wasn't just completely random people who were making these comments, did actually really make, upset me. I'm not saying that they shouldn't make those comments, obviously. You can make your comments whatever you want. But to say that someone shouldn't do something, guys, I've never said in my life that people shouldn't eat meat. I have absolutely no problem with people eating meat. Anyway, it's a weird comparison. I've lost the thread of what I was going to say then. I'm sure it was really interesting. But no, that was it. It was the fact that it's clear that the video was upsetting people, and I don't want that. Even if it is something, even if the people are leaving comments saying that I shouldn't be watching everything, at the end of the day, guys, I don't want them to come to my channel and feel upset about anything any more than they were before they did so. And like I say, I've got receipts, guys. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but when I first started the Veggie Gamer channel, I had numerous successes earlier on, which I was very, very lucky with. Happy Wheels, Five Nights at Freddy did pretty well for me. Yandere Simulator did well for me as well. I was thinking about doing an April Fool's Yandere Simulator video this year, but I got some other comments saying, well, why don't you play Hogwarts Legacy and all that sort of stuff. I thought, okay, fine. Fine, I'm not going to do that then. Which is a shame, because I thought it would have been quite funny to have like a Yandere Simulator video out of nowhere. But anyway, maybe next year. But yeah, Five Nights at Freddy, I'm not saying it did brilliantly, but it did very well for my channel when they were coming out. And I would always go on to Game Jolt. Sorry about the tangent, guys, but I feel like I want to add this little addendum. Game Jolt is a game where like fan games are made and uploaded, and you can download them and everything. And very often, if you like play a Game Jolt game on your YouTube channel, it may be the first time it's ever gotten any traction and everything. So very often the creator will say, "Oh my god, thank you for playing my game." Which is so sweet. So, such a nice thing to do, I think. And I found a game. Am I even going to say what it's called? Am I going to say what it's called? I may as well, guys, because my video's not up anymore. You may think bad of me for playing it, which is the point of the story. But it was called Five Nights in Anime, which was basically Five Nights at Freddy, exactly the same mechanics, except for all the animatronics were voluptuous anime girls. Let's put it like that. Nothing, you know, un-YouTube friendly, obviously, because I posted it on YouTube. But yeah, it was a parody. It's a joke game. The joke is that these animatronics that are coming to kill you are actually like these like ridiculous anime girl characters. And I found the game very funny. I posted my videos on it, and to this day, guys, the biggest success video on my channel ever, 500,000 views, is my first Five Nights at Anime video. You know why it was? Because I think like the next day, PewDiePie, I always feel like I'm saying his name wrong. I've only ever watched a couple of his videos tonight. PewDiePie featured it on one of his videos. I think because of that, mine was then like the top option of, hey, you may also like this. And that, like I say, 500,000 views, guys. Like, insane. Like, and that's money as well. That's like good money. That basically was like a real stepping stone for me to be able to really start doing YouTube. I mean, I was already doing it daily anyway, but to really, it was my first huge success. Let's put it like that. When I say it was money, it was hundreds. It wasn't like tens of thousands or anything like that, but it was by far the biggest success for me. So having those numbers come in is very surreal when you had very little before then. But after, I think, around 2 or 3 weeks, so like I say, guys, this video was only live for like, say, like a month or two, maybe? 500,000 views. Insane. I did start to get comments from women and girls basically saying this game is objectifying, and I remember one comment in particular, which was clearly written by like a young girl, saying this game makes girls look stupid. Or something like that. And I really freaking took it hard, guys, and so it's unlisted. It's been on. It is still on the channel, but it's not unlisted. It's private. Sorry, so it can't be watched. Yeah, because I didn't want to make people feel like that especially about themselves. You know, it's freaking horrible. And so I do. You could say that I'm oversensitive, guys. I'm being a bit of a Cho. Maybe that's why I'm so defensive of Cho in this chapter, guys. But I don't want to make people feel bad about anything. I don't want them to get the wrong impression about me watching a show or anything. So yeah, it was not nice, guys, because my philosophy has always been I want people to have a good time while they're here, and if anything, feel happier about themselves after being here than they were before. Yeah, and so because of that movie reaction, the TV show reaction trailer really freaking upset me. The way that it went. And like I said, the video did very well. Anyway, sorry about the long rant, guys. That was really long. I think it's probably a good idea if I have a break. Did I actually finish your comment, Dodo? I did, because he said I meant the length of it. Thank you so much, Dodo. Thank you so much for telling me how to say your name properly as well, because I was saying do at first. But sorry about the long rant there, guys. It's something which, you know what, I realised I wanted to get off my chest more than I realised. A bit like show. But yeah, this felt like the appropriate place to say it. And again, guys, everything that the fact that I'm interested in checking out the show, and also everything that I've just said, does not reflect any larger political opinion. It really doesn't, guys. That isn't what I see Harry Potter like. And it's something that we decided earlier on in the book club, is to say that is not going to be the focus of this. And it has leaked in every now and then, guys, and I've tried to control it and everything. I feel like that has subsided largely. Please, let's not do it now. Let's not do it now in the comments for this video. If you do it in the comments for this video, guys, I'll have to delete your comment. Because I cannot put up with another wave of it. I can't, guys. It was bad enough doing it in movie reaction. I can't let you guys like saying, well, this should be this and this should be that politically and everything like that. I will have to delete the comments on whatever side of the spectrum of the arguments you are on. Let's not have that discussion here. Let's get back to the book club. I'm gonna go and cover Woozle, and then we will get back into the rest of it. But please do not, let's not have any wider political discussion in the comments for this video. Please, I am asking you nicely. And we're back, guys. So, back to the book club, eh? Madakuma. Umbridge was able to get away with torturing Harry with the blood quill, mainly due to Harry not telling an adult. But isn't it risky to try that on other students? Yeah, no, this is the thing. Because I did think immediately, well, Harry is the one who isn't giving Umbridge the satisfaction of telling any other teacher and everything. But at the same time, in the movie, we knew that she was doing it on other students as well eventually. And so, I do feel like it's a risk, in fact. I think a big part of Harry and Cho's incompatibility here is their completely different ways of dealing with grief and Cedric's death. I don't think they are that different. Okay, let's see what we say. Cho needs to talk about her emotions and feels like Harry is the only one who understands, while Harry often hides his trauma and doesn't want to talk about it. That's fair, but he has talked about it though, and so there is. I feel like Harry has had his pressure valve released a little bit because of that. And obviously Dumbledore basically forcing it out of him, wasn't it? Whereas Cho, I get the impression that there's literally no one for her to talk to about it. It almost does make it almost seem like that's why she's could be interested in Harry in the slightest, is because she sees him as a way of escaping that feeling, maybe. Which is not healthy. Who do you think killed Bode and why? I presume Death Eaters. That's all I'm going on. And one of them. I don't have any particular name. But I'm sure that we might find out more potentially. Great comment, Madakuma. Joe. Hi, Veggie. Hope you are feeling better. Thank you so much, Joe. Love one chapter reviews. I'm glad you do as well, because I don't want this series to end too soon. Well, that's because there are people who like saying, "Come on, Veggie, this is taking too long" as well, which I do completely understand. I'm editing this right now, and I'm sorry that the content is sounding so bitchy. Oh, balls. Okay. Okay, well, look forward to this. I agree with Harry and that occlumency with Snape is making him worse. You need to clear your mind. You won't be able to do so with the level of contemptuous. This level of contemptuous relationship. Oh, I see. This was the most dim-witted idea. It was Dumbledore's idea. Snape is a 35-year-old emotional teenager. Interesting. Yes, he can get things done with Voldemort and use occlumency. then, but he's too immature to teach Harry. He is also really good at it, though. And so I feel like there may not be anyone else apart from Dumbledore who would be able to do it at the level that Snape can. That's the way I see it. The relationship between him and Snape could only be improved if Snape acted differently, because even though Harry is resented, he's a kind person. But Snape is projecting a projecting drama queen akin to Heathcliff. Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights. I don't know Wuthering Heights. I know the song. So it's Snape who cannot let go of emotions over James and Harry and his own resentment. That being said, I love that Snape is a mess in the books. I love Riz Ahmed from as Snape. Oh, is that? I actually had no idea what his name was. And I hope scripts allow TV show Snape to be this way. It's just so much more enjoyable to watch. I think we discussed it last time, didn't we? I really don't have that much of a problem with Snape is teaching him, guys. That is wild. The fact that Harry's getting worse could be potentially getting worse so he can get better. Is that me being very charitable? Because are you saying that Snape is actually trying to sabotage Harry? I don't think you are. But you're saying that he is not. Harry's learning isn't at the optimal speed because Snape isn't letting things go. I feel like that's what you're saying. And I'm not sure if I agree. I mean, this is based on the Golden Trio discussion, isn't it? You know what, Joe? Can I come back to you on this? Next time we actually attend an actual occlumancy lesson, yeah, I need more of the actual listeners to frame my opinion around it. Because right now, I don't think it's actually doing that bad. I really don't. Joe, thank you so much for your comment, though. Always appreciate it. How about Hermione treats Rita with utmost contempt because Rita used to spread nasty lies about her and Harry. It was a book ago, and she still hasn't forgotten her. Hermione talks to Rita coldly and irritably, and scathingly. Are these words actually were used in the chapter? I presume they are. Her detestation. Detestation. I've never even said that word before. That's cool. Detestation. For Rita is almost palpable. It reminds me of something. What was it? Right, Sirius's relationship with Harry. Why is Sirius the only character who is allowed to dislike people who did them wrong? We have had a lot of pushback. So I presume you haven't read the book club so far, Sour. We've had a lot of pushback about how the way Hermione is treating Rita. We've had lots of words of blackmail and slave labour being bandied around. I don't think you've read the other comments, potentially. And also, I don't understand what you mean by not allowed, because he is doing it. In a book series which we all really enjoy, he is doing it. Yeah. The double standard is insane. It's not double standard. Hermione gets away with committing literal crimes against Rita, right? I mean, I don't see Snape in Azkaban at any point. Snape is villainized for looking at Harry with revulsion. He is bad because he doesn't like people who spread lies about him, steal from him, physically attack him, and disrespect him at every occasion. He is held to so much higher moral standard than any other character. Again, we've had loads of pushback on Hermione. I think if you're not, in my opinion, Hermione dislikes Rita is fair. abducting and blackmailing her is not. Yeah, which everyone in the book club has already said is not okay. These are crimes that are way more than what Rita has done. Well, she's broken into a school several times that she's been told she's not allowed to attend. Pretty sure that you'd get put away for that. In a just world, Hermione would spend several years in prison for it, but the trio never face any consequences for their wrongdoings. Neville finally decided to put... I mean, obviously Harry has been... You must have noticed that Harry has been given consequences for his actions in this book. Surely. Quidditch? Neville... It's the fact... I really do enjoy your comments, but if you're saying that the Golden Trio never face any consequences for their wrongdoings, then I genuinely don't think that you've been reading the book correctly, because Harry literally has been given consequences for his actions. But you say that never happens. Neville finally decided to put some effort into his studies, and the results arrived immediately. This proves Sirius has been right about him all along, and it fully vindicates his actions in the Toad incident. He knew Neville was fully capable of brewing the potion right, but couldn't be bothered to. How did he know? Is this like a magic thing that he was able to work out that Neville was purposely not doing something as good as his ability? Because the Wizarding World, you can write things like that, but there's certainly nothing on the page suggesting that Snape knows how good Neville is. Or that Neville is purposely not doing things right. I mean, that's not on the page. What is on the page is Harry getting consequences for his actions, which you have said there's literally never happened. So he gave him a motivation, and it worked. I've criticised Neville a lot. Yes, it's every single chapter. A lot, but I never called him stupid, dense, or... No, you think he's a terrible person. You've made that very clear. Because he's not, he's actually a fast learner. He was slacking off for 4.5 years, then put honest efforts for a few weeks, and now he's almost at Hermione's level. Yeah, this is because his parents were tortured to the point where they lost their minds. A student who is intelligent but lazy and sloppy, again parents, what must be the most frustrating combination for a teacher? They're getting paid either way. I don't blame Minerva or Sirius for losing their patience with him. Cool. Howard, this comment is huge. How are we doing? And last one was huge as well, and the previous one before then, and the previous one before then, and again it was largely off topic. That's not fair actually. It was on topic because we had Neville's improvement and Rita. But to say that Harry has never had any consequences for his actions, can you at least admit that you are absolutely clearly incorrect there? Because if not, then I don't think you've read the book. You know, I think that you said that people who have a certain opinion haven't read the book properly. You're saying that Harry has never had any consequences for any of his actions. If you could please make your comment shorter next time, Howard. It's every single time now. How are we doing? Touching a little on the previous book club, I absolutely agree that Snape is the right person for the job. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad that you and I agree with this, because obviously a lot of people disagree. I'd imagine Harry is just going to try harder to block him out. Block out Snape is probably the last person Harry wants to see his most private memories. Therefore, working hard. One of the main reasons. Yeah, that's... Yeah, he probably is. You know, unless we go like Voldemort or something like that. But no, at Hogwarts, yeah, I think he probably is. Well, Draco would be worse, wouldn't it? Maybe, but then again, Draco's not a teacher, so it's irrelevant. As for the current chapter, Harry, I know you're young and you're still learning about girls, but could you be a bit less subtle? Oh, I see. I do have to say, I blame her, Hermione, for this. That's confusing. As well, why didn't she just tell Harry what was going on right away? Having a girl as a wing woman would be nice, but she completely did not look out for him here. You mean Hermione? Yes, yeah. I feel like Harry and Hermione just didn't even think about the day, it being Valentine's Day. You would actually think that maybe Hermione would think, well, actually, that may come across a bit odd if he did invite her along here. But again, she's not really. Yeah, I don't really blame Hermione that much, but she should have told Harry what the plan was. Definitely, though, in my opinion. How are we doing? Thank you so much for your comment. And Howard, please do continue to comment and everything, but if you could make them a little bit shorter. And I would ask you to say things which are literally contradictory. I mean, there has been a heck of a lot of pushback about Hermione's actions in this book club. I'm not expecting you to read each comment, but it is pretty much every comment. I mean, I see you reply to a lot of comments. Like the vast majority of us are saying what Hermione is doing is really not okay and actually illegal. We have discussed it already. And to say that Harry has never had any consequences for his actions, I don't see how you're getting that. I really don't. But do continue commenting as always. Maria. Hi Veggie. Apologise if this comment is too long. It's on the longer side. It's on the longer side, but I wouldn't say that is too long though. I did remove a couple of things. I appreciate that. Hermione is ruthless. There we go. I love her. Planning an interview with Rita and getting the Quibbler to publish it is a great strategy. It's smart. It is certainly smart. Morality-wise, I'm not sure, but it is smart. It's always interesting to see what the rest of the Wizarding community thinks of Sirius Black. Absolutely. If you didn't know the people involved, you thought Sirius was guilty, it makes a lot of sense that he might help his cousin escape from jail. What do you think about Bellatrix? We know Creature has a photo of her in his bedroom, in inverted commas. Do you think their connection will be relevant now that she has escaped? Well, I think there's a chance that Creature may have had something to do with it, potentially, you know? I find Creature so interesting, guys, but I don't know what level he could actually be really helping the Death Eaters. And I'm looking forward to finding out more about him. What else did you say? Yeah, because I see Sirius as not being a villain anymore for the longest time, I didn't consider the fact that he would be seen as this kind of like top dog, excuse the pun, Death Eater. And so yeah, it would kind of make sense that he would be like the main headline in the papers again. Also, what do you think about Hagrid's situation? He has a lot going on between his continued injuries and being on probation. It's also interesting that he points out the family similarities between himself and Harry, and they are both orphans and outsiders. Yeah, I do push back on the outsider boy because I feel like Hagrid is more of an outsider than Harry, but maybe outsider is just a bit of a strange word for it, you know. That's something I never really thought about. But Hagrid must see himself in Harry in some ways. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that isn't something which I I've picked up on till now, but it's clearly that Hagrid does see that. Definitely, I completely agree. P.S. I really look forward to your Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 3 reactions. It is the best season so by far. Thanks for creating all this great content for us. Well, Maria, you're more than welcome. I'm absolutely loving Last Airbender. The last couple of episodes have not done particularly well, particularly the latest one on YouTube. It's I think it may be on course for doing the least good from an Avatar reaction of mine. Which I really like the episode, guys, but apparently some people just don't rate it. I should say that on YouTube. Oh, okay, no, because you'll be getting this one late. The episode is The Painted Lady, I'm referring to, because obviously when you're watching this, it might be a little bit different. But I need to edit up Sokka's teacher, Sokka's master, possibly tomorrow. And hopefully it'll be a return to form. I'm sure it will be. That was a great episode. Blooming T1000 and it blew my mind. Maria, thank you so much for your comment. How many comments have we done since? Oh my goodness, I'm being slow in this today, guys. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we're about halfway there. And I think we've got quite a few short ones, although there are some other chunkies, I believe. Yeah, if you look at this length, guys, this is like a healthy length, I feel, for most comments. Now, granted, I know that you can't do it, guys. If it's every now and then, like, say, like, hey, Veggie, I wasn't there last time, so I just wanted to do a slightly long one, that's absolutely fine. If it's your first comment, fill your boots. Seriously, make it as long as you want. I love seeing new people show up for these. And if there's something really personal that you want to bring into it, absolutely do as well, guys. We've had lovely comments about what these books have meant to people in the past and everything. But if it's just your average run-of-the-mill monthly comment, this sort of length is kind of ideal. Because the thing is, guys, and thank you for these people, but please don't. I've had the last couple of months. I've had comments in the book club saying, "Hey, Veggie, I thought I'd keep mine short because I saw that some of the longer ones." That is so kind of you guys, but you know, I don't want you to not get enough airtime because other people are getting more airtime. You know, that feels unfair on you. But thank you, though. It's very kind of you. Anyway, let's move on. Curry. Sorry. Hi, Veggie. I loved Lee saying to Umbridge that exploding snap is not related to her subject. I adore Luna singing to herself, Weasley is our king. Absolutely. I think it's amazing that Hermione was able to think of this plan with two people she really doesn't seem to like much. So she's so smart for that. Yeah, and like she says, and I'm the only one who can do it as well. It's quite amazing. What do you think Rita has been doing during her time off from writing? I mean, she's clearly not earning much, is she? She is considered unemployed and looking unemployed, apparently. But yeah, I've absolutely no idea. You know, keeping a nose clean, I guess. Carrie, thank you so much for your comment. Stephen. Hi, Veggie. Hey, Veggie, I should say. Chapter 25. I'm not all that surprised that the stuff with Cho got cut from the movie. Yeah, that was never going to be in the movie. I have to have her be jealous of another girl over a boy is something that wouldn't go down well and could make her unlikable very fast to the audience. I would say not if it was done right. Because I don't think she comes across bad here. For one, she's going through a heck of a lot of trauma and struggling to deal with it. But also, Harry says, not on purpose, the absolute worst reply to everything that she says. So, if it was done right, and they made Harry look enough of a schmuck in the scene, then I think she'd get away with it. If it's Golden Boy Harry, she would look... I think that might be what you mean, in fact. Yeah, she would absolutely be unlikable if that was the case. And the next time we see her is in, like, the second half of Deathly Hallows, isn't it? Oh, no, she turns up with Filch, doesn't she? And Percy. Percy Pigs. Don't know why I said that, but I did. Plessy Pigs are a sweet that you can get from M&S, guys, Marks and Spencers, which are vegan largely. Interesting to see that after employment, Rita can now remember Harry's actual age. Oh, really? Oh, that's a nice little detail. Bloody next, Stephen. That's great. Thanks so much for your comments. Emery. Hi, Veggie. We see such a difference in how different characters are possessing and planning in this chapter. I'm going to get a one note. There we go. Cho really needed someone, ideally a therapist, to talk to help her process her trauma. Harry mostly just surviving his torture day to day and taking action through his work with the DA. It's a shame that Cho doesn't have that approach to the DA. Maybe she does. No, she doesn't. No, she's kind of like there for Harry, I get the impression. But if she took the sort of way that Neville does, which you go on to here, Neville not talking to anyone about his trauma. Great point. That's actually an excellent point. But showing his motivation and strengthening the DA. Hermione being much more big picture strategic in setting up the Quibbler. You're gonna say Ron failing to be a good goalkeeper? Like everyone in this. The Quibbler article, though we don't yet know what the impact of it will be. The different thought processes of these chapters feels quite realistic. What do you think will be the outcome of the article? What I'm Mr. Positive when it comes to the article right now. But yeah, it seems like everyone's got a plan except for Ron at the moment. Amazing. Well, he's got a plan to get better. Thanks so much, Emery. Great comment. MP. Hi, Veggie. Just thought I'd mention I've been listening to the full cast audio of this book lately, and the person that got to voice Rita Skeeter is doing an incredible job. I have absolutely no idea who it is. You know what? I'm going to look it up. Oh, I know her. She's on the thick of it, right? Oh, is she on the thick of it? I'm not sure if she is, actually. Anna Maxwell Martin. 3 first names. She looks very similar to the person on the thick of it, but I don't think it is her. No, I know her from something. It's a comedy she's in. Definitely. It may even be Alan Partridge. Oh, no, she's not the one with the hawk. Where do I know this lady from? I swear that I've seen her in a sitcom. She looks very similar to someone who was in some early Alan Partridge, but oh, she was Janet Whitehead in Alpha Papa, which is the Alan Partridge movie, which is okay. It's not the best Alan Partridge. No, that's the only Alan Partridge that she's been in. Yeah, she's like the head police officer there, isn't she? As I remember. Well, that might be the only thing I know her from. The Line of Duty, my mother used to watch that. Yeah, I only know her from Alpha Papa, the Alan Partridge movie. Well, there you go. She looks like several other actors, though. She really does. Now, not a lot to say here. Harry's date with Cho was certainly very awkward, absolutely, that goes without saying, and kind of shows how incompatible they actually are. They have such different ways of dealing with trauma they've been through. That's true, but it's not just all about the trauma, is it? I mean, they were getting on when they're talking about Quidditch. But it's clear that Cho needs Harry in a way that he's not really able to, like, to be. And also doesn't want to be. Which is obviously very important as well. Then Little Miss Perfect blackmailing the Beatle. Not John Lennon. I would not want to have Hermione mad at me. Oh, absolutely not. MP, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Heather. Hey, Veggie. Hope you and Woozle are doing well. Skipped the last few chapters because there was a lot of comments by the time I got there. You see, this is what I mean. Oh, thank you, Heather. That's very kind of you. I would like you to still be able to comment that. It's very kind of you to think about me in that way. Did the chapter title give you any clues to who would show up in it again? It actually did. And I was actually quite proud of thinking, when it actually paid off, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm actually quite proud that I actually worked that out. But then again, I take weeks between chapters, and so I'm more likely to work this sort of stuff out, you know. I found it's moving when Harry observed the other students enjoying breakfast while he received devastating news about Azkaban. Yeah, true. It's reminiscent of how one feels when something has gone wrong in their life and they have to grapple with the fact that it's just another day for most people. Oh, so true. One of two absolute brilliant lines from the original Street Fighter movie, guys. I didn't really like the look of the new Street Fighter movie. You know what I don't like? I've been trying to word this right, guys. I don't like how Chun-Li is represented in the trailer. She's kind of like the straight person. Well, not really straight person, but like the raging straight person sort of character, which is never really what I've seen Chun-Li as. And also, we're really still having movie trailers where we see a woman getting into a shower. Oh, wow. Jeez. Depressing. Sorry, guys, I'm such a miserable ass today. I really am. But the reason why I say that particular about Chun-Li, I'm not saying that I'm against women getting into showers, guys, okay? Believe me, I'm not. What am I even talking about? But having Chun-Li, arguably the most iconic female video game character ever, I think she's up there with Lara Croft. I think Chun-Li's up there with Lara Croft. It just made me a bit sad, you know. I hope she's great in it. But also, she's going around the world collecting Street Fighters. Why isn't she after M. Bison for killing her father? Or maybe that's why she's collecting Street Fighters? Yeah, that annoyed me. Because I think her father's in Street Fighter 1, I believe. I like the fact that the movie appears to be set in 1993, I should say. That's a really nice touch. But yeah, for some reason, I'm fine with the way that they changed Ken. Ryu, they changed a lot as well. They changed all the characters, let's face it. But the one that really stuck out for me was Chun-Li. And it's like, she's such an iconic video character, and it seems like she's been watered down to whatever it is that she is in the trailer. That's my opinion on the trailer, guys. If you disagree, tell me that I'm wrong, and tell me that I'm wrong. Yeah. Corey Rhodes seems quite good as Kyle. Stupid hair. Yeah. That was my main takeaway from it. And I've been trying to put into words why Chun-Li in the trailer it felt like a shame, because she's such a... You could have the movie star her. That she's such an... I think that she's more iconic than Ryu when it comes to Street Fighter characters. I actually do, guys. She's absolutely iconic, Chun-Li, as a character. Sorry. That wasn't me getting angry. That's me accidentally tapping my tray. Anyway, let's move on. Sorry about that. What am I on about? Jeez Louise. I mean, we probably are pushing. I don't know how long we've been going, but we've been going for long, though. Azkaban. That's right. Street Fighter. Sorry. Again, going back to Chun-Li and M. Bison actually meant to be having this rivalry, which doesn't appear to be in this new movie. where Chun-Li confronts M. Bison and it says, "You killed my father and everything, you destroyed my village," and all this sort of stuff, and like it gives us like real hero speech, and then Bison like says, I have no idea who your dad is. I'm sorry. To you, the day that you lost your father was the most devastating and brutal day of your life. For me, it was a Tuesday. It's such a cool line. And then the other brilliant line of it is when all the bad guys are... It's a terrible movie, I should say, guys. It was a really bad movie. But when all the bad guys are inside a tent watching a monitor, which shows a truck of explosives coming towards the tent that they're in. So they're literally watching something which is about to blow them up. Zangief says, "Quick, change the channel." Genuinely one of the funniest lines in cinema history, guys. In my opinion. Change the channel. Anyway, sorry about the tangent there. But yeah, great point about how, and we discussed it before, like Angelina not knowing who Draco Malfoy is, and all this. Oh no, not knowing who Crabbe and Goyle are and stuff like, you know. While very cringe-inducing, it was nice to see Harry have a chance to be normal, a normal teenage boy. What, you mean screw it up? Sorry, I'm joking. And blunder his way through his first date. Oh, there you go. That's exactly what you're saying. Albeit, I always think that says Albert, but albeit it was still tinged with some very Voldemort-specific grief. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's the power of Voldemort. Voldemort ruined his first date, guys. That's the way of looking at it. Voldemort ruined Harry's first date. Crazy. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Jolt. Howdy. This doesn't bode. Oh my goodness, I mean, that's what the chapter should have been called. This doesn't bode well. That's amazing. Much of this chapter carries an air of foreboding. Oh my, this is going to be the entire chapter comment. I can't believe they left out Hermione blackmailing Rita from the movies. Golden trio, you know. I guess they couldn't. They couldn't when they excluded her Beetle Animagus subplot from Goblet. Yeah, absolutely true. In fact, Rita doesn't really get got at all in the movie, does she? Goblet. I can't even think. How does her story arc end? Or does she just stop being in it? I honestly don't remember if she gets her comeuppance. I'm pretty sure she doesn't, in fact. Also, I'm going to go against the grain and defend your position on Snape being in the last book club. We hear Harry's lessons with Snape aren't going well, but I think Hermione is right. Harry is struggling because he is too interested in what's behind the door. I don't think we can confidently blame Snape with the information we have. I'm completely with you, yes. And normally I'm not one to defend Snape. No, Joel. I appreciate it. And this is what I worry about, guys, when it comes to people who really despise Snape and everything that he does, or say that he's essentially the only character that has literally never done anything wrong, apart from mock Hermione's teeth. Every character is great. Every character is great, and Snape. Each time we come up across a Snape situation, I'm like, okay, let's see what Snape does, and then I'll give my opinions. I'm not going in thinking, right, what can I criticise Snape for this time? Or, like, guard him with a shield, like saying, okay, I'm going to take this in the best way that paints him in the greatest light. I think he's the right man for the job still. I need to have more lessons of the occlumency, though, guys. It felt like a shame that we didn't get them in this chapter, you know. We just heard about them, and so I need more of them to assess my opinion. But right now, I think he's the right man for the job. I really do. Thank you so much, Joel. Dave. Hey Veggie and Woozle, hope you're both well. I've got some worming tablets because the poos have been a bit soft. You didn't want to know that, Dave. Everyone finding out about Neville and other students' parents, relatives' deaths encapsulated is quite sad, but at least people are starting to believe Harry's version of the events now. Oh, yeah, that's so true. And that's against the bloody prophets. Yeah, this is not something which I was expecting to happen, but it's so interesting that it's happening naturally amongst the other students. And presumably Neville's getting people talking about him, like, a lot more down the corridors. Yeah, definitely. Maybe that's part of his motivation as well. Love that Neville started to really improve in DA. From the news of the escaped Death Eaters. The tea shop date was very, very cringeworthy. Absolutely it was. They both handled it badly. Loved the interview in the Free Broomsticks though, especially Hermione's smugness towards Reedy, and the bit about the cherry at the end was amazing. Hope you and Woozle have a great day. And I hope you do as well, Dave. I hope the weather's nice where you are. It's lovely right now. Need to get through so we can get out in it, in fact. So it's around the time that I usually finish work, but we've still got a lot more comments to go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 comments. Oh, and 16 because Gary has commented since. There's no more book clubs. DMs, I should say. 16 comments. Okay, we'll do 6 and then I'll have another break and then we'll push on for the final 10. But we're at 40 minutes in this section of the video. How long has the video been so far? I mean, we won't be breaking 6 hours this time, surely. We are at 3 hours and 20 minutes, roughly. Okay. Okay, that seems about right. So we're probably going to be running till 4. It's meant to be nicer weather tomorrow, so I might have tomorrow off. In fact, that's probably a good idea actually. Work long today and then have tomorrow off. Gugu, hi Woozle and Veg. I can't believe I missed the last book club. I'm sorry to hear that. I bought Deltarune chapter 3 and 4, and my free time just disappeared over the last month plus. I can completely understand that. I'd like to get back to Deltarune and everything, guys, but my goodness, it's been a hot minute since I played it. It's the Undertale spin-off, I guess you could say, or sequel. I was going to ask if you thought Harry could still be a... Wait, what? I was going to ask you if you thought Harry would still be a virgin at the age of this book with the date with Cho coming up, but I think the answer is obvious now. Hopefully he doesn't recreate the infamous scene from American Pie later. I've seen the first American Pie. I don't know what would be considered the infamous scene. Unless you mean the bit with the pie. I mean, they were just in the tea shop, but... yeah, I assumed so. I think that we would have heard something about if he'd been in any other relationship or anything, but yeah. Not a question I thought would be getting asked today, I must admit. Just 2 chapters ago, we had the book exclusive scene that people were the most shocked about being left out of the movie. And now we have the book exclusive scene that no one was surprised was left out of the movie. But we did have another unexpected reappearance of a character. Were you more shocked to see Lockhart or Rita again? Well, the thing is, I knew that Rita would probably be back because she's back later on in the movies, although a bit as cameos. But people had told me that Lockhart would be back, would be referenced in the future after watching the Chamber movie. I did not expect to get a full blooming chapter of him though, so definitely Lockhart. Definitely Lockhart. Why exactly does Dumbledore want Harry to learn occlumency anyway? To be able to counter Voldy's advances, I presume. That's what we've been told up to this point, anyway. Anyway, good. Thanks so much for your comments. Yes. Now, Simon, when I got the email yesterday, 5 days ago, I should say. My goodness. And I saw I'm free. My mind immediately went to Dobby. That's not who you're referencing, is it? My goodness. I can't remember his name, but it's Are You Being Served, of course. And what is his blooming name? 70s sitcom, Are You Being Served? John Ingram. Inman, sorry. Mr. Humphreys, character name. Very, very early, because Are You Being Served was early 70s, right? Yeah, 72. So homosexuality had only been legal for 4 years in the UK, guys. And Mr. Humphreys from Are You Being Served, like an overtly camp character, was pretty. I mean, how can I word this, guys? Oh my god, how can I word this? I don't want to throw anyone under the bus or anything, but my dad was from a time where, and this saying from his time doesn't excuse it, of course, where being suspicious around homosexuals was like a very common thing. I feel like a character like Mr. Humphreys probably really helped a lot of people not see them as much as a threat, you know? Now, granted, it's a like if you say name a camp British TV sitcom character, I think most people would say Mr. Humphreys from Are You Being Served. So it is very over the top. And he say I'm free. He says I'm free like that as he minces across the shop, which he says that he minces in the show. Great performance. I haven't seen the movie. I've only seen the first few seasons, in fact. Because Arthur English comes into it later on, doesn't he? I didn't get that far. I don't know, guys. It really suffers from it's not suffer. It's really one of these sitcoms, much like Only When I Laugh, where it's like has a storyline of the week, and so there'll be an episode where there's like a food festival, and then an episode where there's like where everyone's trying to give up smoking, and there's another episode where everyone's obsessed with gambling. You know, it's like each episode has like a really big theme that encapsulates the entire cast, which is big. The cast of Are You Being Served is huge. But yes, Mr. Humphreys, I'm free, not Dobby. Bet you didn't realise you were witness to a coming murder when you covered the St. Mungo's chapter. Absolutely. No, like I said earlier on in the video, I need to go back and listen to that bit of the chapter because that is huge. Boy Hagrid looks rough. Looking rough. Will the date? Well, the date went as well as it could be expected, though I actually expected to go a lot better, to be honest. Though the image of Cho as human hosepipe is gold, absolutely. Will work out well doing these as individual chapters, as you will see. Pardon me. Also, posting schedule to working well, as I had the bank holiday free. I walked a local to a local garden centre. I hope they let dogs in. I don't understand garden centres that don't let dogs in, and ended up accidentally watching the whole coal carrying championships, which I hadn't been seeing since the 90s. Is that a sentence, Simon? Coal carrying championships at the garden centre? No way. That's crazy. Well, it sounds like you had a great bank holiday. It's certainly interesting. Simon, thank you so much for your quote, as always, and thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, and I'll say this, guys. My dad wasn't homophobic, but he was one of these people who was kind of a little bit standoffish and not really understanding it, you know. He was brought up a fairly strict Roman Catholic as well, which is obviously a part of it. But yeah, He's a loving guy to everyone, but he I'm not sure if he would know how to talk to. Maybe I'm wrong there. But yeah, that time, like I say, homosexuality was literally outlawed 4 years before Mr. Humphries became a character. So Mr. Humphries was quite an important part of British TV, you could argue, insanely. Right, moving on. Skinny P. Greetings, Veggie and Woozle. It's my first time commenting on this book. I thought so, Skinny P. I thought I didn't recognise that name. I'm trying to recognise that logo. Is that like a German football team, maybe? No, it's not the national team. Oh, there it is, yeah. It is! What team is it? Alemania. Armenia. Armenia? Alemania. I don't know it. I don't know. I've been to a few places in Germany. Wait, sorry, getting sidetracked. You're very welcome to be a part of this. I've been listening to you every morning at work while stocking shelves when the customers are not in yet in the supermarket. Now that I'm caught up, I don't know what to do with my time. Oh no, Skinny V, I need to speed up. For this chapter, I only want to ask, did you previously expect Rita to appear again in this series? Yes, because she's in the movie. She's in one scene, isn't she, with Umbridge, I think, in the court. I'm pretty sure it's that scene. So I did kind of expect her to be back. This soon, no. But as soon as I saw the title of this chapter, I kind of assumed it, you know. But without that title, I wouldn't have assumed that she'd be back this soon. I also have a fun fact. One of the reasons Rick Mayall's portrayal of Peeves was cut from the movies was that all the kid actors couldn't stop laughing when he was acting, causing delay. I 1,000,000% believe that. He is such a funny guy, guys, and he did a lot of children's shows as well. Not Jack and Nori. What was it called? Oh, he had something which was like Jack and Nori. Yeah, no, he had such blooming energy, guys. He really did. But yeah, the kids, I wouldn't be able to stop laughing around Rick Mayall. I really enjoy rereading the books alongside you and all the other book club members. Also, it's very nice. It's very different and a great experience. Thank you so much for that. Enjoy the rest of your day. Until next time, Skinny B, great comment. Lovely to hear from you. Sorry that you've run out of book clubs to listen to. But we will, hopefully you'll be listening to this. Hope the shelf packing's going well. And yes, I hope to see you in the coming chapters. Love to see you here. Maddie. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. I think it's kind of sad that after years of build-up, the date ended up a disaster. It has been years, actually. Yeah, good point. I just love that Hermione once again showcased her brilliance and savagery by coming up with the perfect plan to give Harry the chance to have his say, even if it involved the unlikely drinking mates she could ask for. Well, I did list some other unlikely ones earlier on, but maybe they certainly were unlikely though. Luna humming "Weasley is our king" is a wonderful bonus in this scene. I love the way you pick it up in particular. I mean that Rita, I think that if Rita has just some integrity and moral decency, she wouldn't make a good investigative journalist. Oh, fair point. No, absolutely. Still, her banter with Hermione is a great scene, especially her calling Hermione Little Miss Perfect and Miss Prissy. I missed that one. Hermione blackmailing her is so worth it. Jeez, that's a sentence. Brilliant. Love it, Maddie. Thank you so much for your comment. Pumpkin Sparks. After this, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 11 because of Gary. Yes. Okay, so we'll get through this one, then I'll have a break and then do the last 10. It's not too late. I'm just trying to think what me and Woozle are going to do afterwards. Should we do a short W or a long W? It's going to be quite late to do a long W. That's okay, though. We don't need to do any shopping or anything. Anyway. Hey, Woozles. Once again, I'm rather late to the book club, and on a quick scan, most of my thoughts have already been covered. I still want to give my 2 cents on two topics. You probably already discussed these at length, so it's absolutely fine if you don't linger too much. I'll say this, Pumpkin. I appreciate that. You don't need to make that that paragraph. It's fine. If it has been covered several times before, then I won't linger on it. That's probably the best way of doing it. Because I have had comments in the past saying, and I know this isn't what you're doing, but I've had comments in the past like saying, hey Veggie, you know, you spend a lot of time reading out people apologising for their comment being long. He's like, you can make your comment shorter by not apologising. You know, anyway, that was a joke, Spark. Pumpkin Sparks, I'm sorry. 1. I'm a bit disappointed with Hermione. As a book reader, I love that we don't know her plan until the end of the chapter. We wonder what her idea is. The interactions are great. Ron's comments are hilarious, as always. As a human, I feel like I know where this is going. As a human, I really do wish she had disclosed her plan to Harry way sooner. Pumpkin Sparks, you are the first one to say, I think you are. I'm pretty sure this is... I've been saying it all video long. I think you are the first commenter to say it. I think you are. So don't worry, this is not repeating at all. I think you are. That's a big thing for me. The fact that this is really personal to Harry. I really do wish she had disclosed to Harry the plan way sooner. The latest one she got... The latest one she got the information about... sorry. That both Rita and Miss Lovegood are open to the idea. Or before. Harry could not be put on the spot and be kind of pressured to open up about his severe trauma without his say-so, absolutely. He should have known what he walked into and should have... what he'd walked into and should have the option to nope out. Absolutely. They could have prepared for the interview together, gone over what he wasn't comfortable talking about, set up a safe word or gesture for Hermione to intervene if the questions get too probing. This is such a good point. I understand where Hermione's coming from, and getting hyper-focused on one issue is understandable, but I did expect more from her. I think you're absolutely on the money, Pumpkin Sparks, and I'm going to put out another reason why she didn't. It's very clear to anyone from space that she is enjoying the heck out of this moment, putting Rita through this. So I think that there's a bit of an ego to Little Miss Perfect. And I think that she thought, yeah, Harry's gonna think this is really cool what I'm doing. I think she's actually riding this a bit. I mean, like she's actually thinking that she's the Fonz from Happy Days at this point. And so I think that she thought, for maximum impact of me saying that's exactly what Little Miss Perfect wants, actually, I think she's enjoying this. I think she's enjoying it too much. And so I think that's why she didn't tell Harry. And that makes it even worse, quite frankly. But that's my interpretation of it. Yeah, I think she's a terrible human being. I'm joking. But yeah, I think it's because she's enjoying it too much. That's why she didn't tell Harry. She wanted it to have the biggest impact possible. That's genuinely what I think. That's my reading of the character. That really is. Let me know if you agree, guys. And if you don't agree. 2. So I so see Harry during the date. I'm not even factoring in the romantic stuff, which makes it even more complicated. But being one-on-one with one person and trying to figure out all the implied and non-verbal meanings of what the other person is about is a freaking minefield. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was saying about Harry seeming autistic in this scene, quite frankly. I mean, that's, you worded it a lot better than I did. And I mean that respectfully, of course, because I am autistic. You can't pause or rewrite your answer several times and zoom in on a reaction shot. You have to understand what it is happening in real time and do or say the right thing in the exact moments. Yeah, they said a video game, absolutely. I fail at that all the time. Oh my goodness, so do I. So yeah, very, very awkward situation, but so real. As always, please give some love to the loveliest noodle for me. I will do, Pumpkin Sparks. Thank you very much for your comment. Like I say, it is bordering on it being too long, but it's okay. And thank you so much for your comment. Ashley, Veggie and Woozle. I love Hermione engaging in some questionable journalistic practices. That's putting it kindly. I guess threatening a reporter to stick to your narrative is still better than literally kidnapping a woman. So she's done worse. Yeah, she's doing better this year apparently. This is such a good payoff to the plot though. It's easy to forget that most people don't actually know the story of what happened to Harry in the graveyard. Absolutely, it's very, very important. Also, the writing of the teenage romance plot is so good and realistic that it circles around too hard to read. Oh, really? I mean, yeah, it's true. I know what you mean. I feel bad that Cho apparently doesn't have anyone to talk to about Cedric. I'm so glad you said that. Why am I singing it like Super Mario World? That's so key to me. It really is, Ashley. And up to this point, I've been thinking that I'm a bit Team Cho, really, in my interpretation of this scene. But that's a huge part of it that you just said there. I wonder how much of the story she actually got to hear. Well, and how much she could stand, quite frankly, as well. She asked, did he say anything about her? Oh god, that's heartbreaking. Oh, so sad, guys. Thank you so much, Ashley. Jonas, of the side panel, thank you so much. Hey, Veggie, I'm really late, so I will keep it short. Yep, you're within a day, so you're fine. The date from Harry and Cho is hilarious. That's one word. Also, I don't think I have seen Madame Puddifoot's shop somewhere else. No, I'd say maybe it's in Hogwarts Legacy. Well, maybe it'd be worth a trip in Hogwarts Legacy to see if the shop is that's similar. But maybe it was also just open at the time. Well, that's the thing, because it is actually Madame Puddifoot's that's actually working in there. Hope you Woozle are doing great. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Well, you have done, Jonas. Thank you so much for your comment and also your help with the side panels. Always greatly appreciated. Me here. Women, Harry muttered angrily. There's nothing wrong with this line, but for some reason, I've always found it cringy. Sorry about the pause. Automatic advert would kick in if I carry on like that. I'll say this. It's not particularly Harry. It's quite Ron. And if I was to put anyone that Harry may have been reflecting off, maybe quite Vernon. So it's possible. Oh, is this a stretch, guys? But is it possible that that line, because it does feel quite un-Harry, is it possible that it's because he'd heard Vernon saying it a lot, maybe? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's right. I mean, I'm not saying that. It's a ridiculous line that Harry's saying it. But yeah, maybe that's it. Like I say, I can imagine Ron saying it more. Yeah. Aside from that, the date is well written and feels true to Harry and Cho's characters at this point. Their relationship is doomed from the moment Cedric died. Wow. That's a sentence. I also love how ruthless Hermione is here, and how Harry is able to relive his trauma and talk about what happened to a wider audience. I don't think it's a spoiler to say that putting the truth out there is important to fight against Umbridge, which is another reason I like this chapter. No, I feel like that's fair to say. Yeah, I feel that's absolutely fair to say. As for future chapters, chapter 28 and 29 are both all-timers in my opinion, and I'm not alone in that. I think they should each get their own book club, because there's a lot to talk about in both of them, especially chapter 28. To avoid every book club being a single chapter discussion, I think the next one could cover chapters 26 and 27. They're both long though, so I can't blame you if you'd rather not. Thank you, Mihir. I really appreciate the information on upcoming chapters, and I appreciate you understanding if I do or don't. I'll make that decision tomorrow, but I am leaning towards single just because I'm really enjoying this, guys. I really am. Doing the double ones when the chapters are so long does take my enjoyment away a bit. I'm still loving the books as much as ever, guys, but whereas this feels like this feels like a book club. If you imagine going to a book club and you're told that you had to give your entire opinion about a book, but you had to do it in a very specific and succinct, very fast and specific way, you're not going to enjoy the book as much, you know. And so I think that we will go single next time. It is not forever, guys. It is not forever, I promise you. But thank you so much for the information about 28 to 29. Margarita! I might be having a pizza today. Not a margarita, though. I might do. It's quite late, though. No, it's stupid. Disillusionment is starting to be the theme of this book, isn't it? Harry's date with Cho is so unlike his boyish fantasies. Oh, he thinks she will be an escape from his messy, difficult life, but she turns out to be just as messy and difficult. Oh, now that's interesting. Yeah, because she's a bit like the DA meeting, but also like Cho being about and everything has been a big thing for Harry so far in this book. Is that really going to all just go away because of this scene? We shall see. We shall see. Anyway, Margarita Pizza, very succinct to a very good comment. Very, very well put. Kiri on the other end of the spectrum. Sorry, that was a joke, Kiri, but this looks like a chunky comment. Is what I'm saying. Hi, Veggie. Almost got late on this one. I need to have a drink. I'm gonna pass out if I don't have any liquids here. My diet is still going quite well. It's not a diet. I'm having breakfast now, which I'm pretty sure I said last time. There's not dirt on the bottom of this glass, surely. Let's hope it's just a bit of orange skin or something. Yes, I'm having breakfast now. And that's going pretty well. Whenever I have a day off, I don't. Because I don't really enjoy the ritual of having a breakfast, you know. But lately, if I'm working, if I got recording or editing to do, particularly if I got editing to do, brown bread with peanut butter, sometimes Vegemite instead. Porridge, generally golden syrup flavoured. That seems to be my favourite, but I will be trying some other ones. With frozen mixed berries in. Because you heat up the porridge, which is mine is like in the microwave. Put the berries just on top. And by the time that you've eaten the toast and everything, the berries are not frozen, but they're still really nice and cold. So it's like you got the hot and cold going on at the same time. 2 bits of fruit. Today I had banana and orange. But I have been having apples and pears a lot recently as well, not stairs. And then what was a glass of orange juice today as well. That's generally the sort of breakfast I've been having on my work days. Which I think is pretty much my 5 a day all in one meal. I think. Anyway. Right, hi Veggie. Almost. Oh, sorry. No, almost got late on this one. Have had quite a busy spring. It's getting better though, Kiri. I'm glad to hear it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. Sorry, Beatles song. Not Rita Skeeter. So that date went well. Hermione and Harry could use a communication coach. Hermione definitely. Oh, actually no. I see what you mean with Harry. Both Harry and Cho, a therapist. Harry said he will go with Cho, and Hermione not caring even to give a reason for Harry to come meet her. Would have taken 5 seconds to whisper and tell about telling the story of Voldemort. Hang on, what? Would have taken 5 seconds to whisper about telling the story of Voldemort to Rita. I get what you mean. Yeah, I feel like she wanted it to be a bigger moment though, which I mentioned just a couple of comments ago. Cho said she wanted to talk about Cedric. That could have been a transition to the fact that Harry will be telling the real story of what happened that day, which would probably upset Joe even more now thinking about it. Last Valentine's Day, I decided to visit a couple of friends up north. Oh, I say up north. I'm not sure where you're from. To be honest, so it could be up north. I don't know where. It could be any accent. I informed quite late that I was coming, and that meant they had their own plans that was completely on me. Oh yeah, that's awkward. I'd never expect them to change their schedule for me, having seen them since my military days, almost a decade ago. Very interesting. And here we are, not even talking about a romantic date. Harry said it was easy to talk to Cho about Quidditch, is something that I noticed too. We had so much in common, and it was such a blast to catch up, even if it was a short time. What made it the best experience of this year up till now was the genuine happiness that they reacted with when we met, and me realizing how much small gesture can mean. This is very sweet, Kiri. You know what, Kiri? I was saying about the length of the comments. I did say earlier on in this video and in previous ones, if you've got something personal, then do feel that it's fine to expand on it. Getting a smile even now, writing this, probably taking trying to check up with them again during the summer months. That sounds like an excellent idea. It really does. Kind of want to see that genuine and honest communication leads more often to a desired outcome. I like it. Skip, if mentioned earlier, do you think Umbridge has a time turner? Oh no, I don't. Being in every class for Hagrid and Trelawney class for upwards, and her having to teach her own class from 1st to 7th grade, always felt like a really stupid point to mention. I think it's doable, and I think it's very possible that once those two got put on probation, she had the schedule changed so it fitted that comfortably. And I think it's doable. I think even with if it's like one lesson a week, which I believe it is, that's definitely doable. So you got 7 lessons a week, and also you need to be in 2 other teachers' lessons 7 a week. I think that's doable. I think that is. I think so. I got the maths on it, but I certainly didn't. I certainly don't think she's got time to turn. But that would absolutely solve that as well. Although she's not showing signs of tiredness like Hermione did. Although she is obviously annoyed about the Azkaban. So sorry for the long comment. This late in the video, but I couldn't find a way to make it shorter and get it satisfactory to highlight my feelings from my trip. No, I'm glad you mentioned the trip. Like I say, if you got anything that's related to the book, obviously, but also your personal experience, then absolutely, we'll do better moving on. Wish you well and see you next time. Thank you, Kiri. That's very kind of you. I'm glad that the meetup went so well, and I hope you do arrange a summer one as well. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Gary is the last comment still, I believe. I will do a refresh once we get it. So let's push on. So I think we're basically at the 4-hour mark now, aren't we? But I think all these comments are pretty short. They are, apart from, well, I don't know how long is Gary's. I think Gary's tends to be quite short. I will do the refresh when I can. Actually, I should be able to do the refresh now. This isn't showing any information that it shouldn't, is it? I won't risk it. It's just not worth risking it. So yeah, I will do the refresh in a moment once I get through these. So Dobby, hi Veggie, Dutch fun fact. Excellent. I always enjoy these. Rita Skeeter is called Rita Pulpers in Dutch. Pulp means low quality magazine story. Yeah, it's pulp fiction. I think it has the same meaning in English. Oh, absolutely does, yes. So that's something about the quality of her writing, lol. Yeah, absolutely. It's to pulp something. And so I believe, and I'm getting this from Alan Partridge, but I believe that when a book is no longer going to be sold and is basically, you know, just wasted paper now, those books get pulped so they can be made into other books in the future, or other things, I think, in the future. So that's where the term to pulp comes from. But yes, Pulp Fiction, which obviously the movie is named after, is exactly as you describe, like low quality magazine story sort of stuff. Absolutely. So yeah, that's I actually really like that. Rita Pulper. But yeah, it doesn't exactly suggest that she's a great journalist, does it? Thank you so much for your comment, Dobby. Bennett! There's some steam, Bennett. Sorry, ignore me. Do you understand what I said there, Bennett? I better explain it just in case. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger quote. Yeah, Veggie. With this chapter, my favourite section of the book starts. We will see more when we get there. Hee. Intriguing. Neville's transformation through Harry's eyes is really fascinating to me. It's funny how up to this point, Rita Skeeter was probably the most annoying female antagonist. Professor Umbridge makes her look absolutely charming in comparison. That's so true. I mean, Petunia. She does antagonize Harry. Pansy's not really an antagonist. She's not really up to that level, is she? Yeah. I mean, Umbridge blows them all out of the water, doesn't she? Do you think Rita believes the story? I think, you know, that is such a great question, Bennett. Because I don't think that's how her brain works. Her brain is working as what will sell. Because the profit is there to be sold. So a story is irrelevant if it's true or not. And so I don't think she's... I think she could be convinced that it's true, absolutely. I don't think that she's even bothering to get to that level. That's how I read it. Although if it is true, she's in trouble as much as anyone else. Maybe not as much as anyone else, of course not. But Harry's timing for the interview is pretty perfect, as people probably want answers how that could happen. Absolutely, especially as there seems to be mutterings about people questioning the prophet. Much love to you and whoever hearts reads this. Very sweet. P.S. OMG, I was cringing so hard at the Chose scene as a little kid reading this for the first time. Oh, really? Yeah, of course, yeah. I say really. Yeah, I completely believe that. Bennett, thank you so much for your comment. Josh, love book Hermione so much. That's all I had to say this time round. Yes, Josh, she is a character to put it least. Thank you so much for your comment, Josh. Liz, hey Veggie and Woozle. Hope you're well. Chapter 25. I'm curious what you think about Umbridge's issue is with Dumbledore and McGonagall's conversation. I think she's super nosy and jealous that she's not important enough to be involved. Lol. Very interesting. I read it as this news that everyone, let alone Dumbledore and McGonagall, will be talking about is reflecting bad on the Ministry. That's my interpretation of it. Right, sorry guys, I got it a little bit sidetracked there. Poor boy, Bode. No wonder his name kept cropping up. Yeah, that's very true. It's very true. Much like Bagman said last time, in fact, in Goblet, I should say. Like every now and then we'd hear about him, you know. What do you think? Oh no, he was there as well. Ignore me. What do you think of this interview? What do you think will come to the? What do you think will be the outcome of it? My prediction right now, it will go quietly well. That's where I'm stood right now, but we shall see. Liz, thank you so much for your comment. Dreamy is at the top, but I will refresh in just a moment. In fact, I think Hildra has just commented as well. Yes, I think that Hildra's absolutely last seconded it. Well done, Hildra. Oh no, that was like half an hour ago. Sorry, I just wasn't looking at my emails. But no, there will be 2 more comments after this. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. Thank you for the heads up. I made it in time. Oh, absolutely, yes, because of the post. I have my final exam coming up in 1.5 weeks, so my head is everywhere. Good bloomin' luck. Can't believe I'm to be a doctor in less than 2 weeks. Oh my giddy goose. That's incredible. Well, you know what? Good luck with the final exam. I mean, you don't need me to tell you this. Woozle knows what time it is. You don't need me to tell you this. But hang on a moment. Come on, Stinker, you come. Come on. The pressure that you're feeling, your head being everywhere, that is healthy, and it will help you going into it. And the relief after it finishes is going to be intense. You're right, Stinker. I'm talking to Woozle, not you, Drew. It's late, isn't it? I've been talking to these guys. They're taking you out there. Are you okay? Such a pretty girl. Wow. Oh, runny poos. Maybe it's this that's been giving you runny poos. She's so gorgeous. She gets so many compliments. More than I do. I'm thinking I might have my beard cut short, guys. At least an inch off. At least an inch off. What do you think? You don't care, do you? You don't care. You only care about this. What do you do? You are a bulldog. You are a bulldog. We're very nearly finished, Woozle, in fact. Just a few points, as others have already discussed the big ones. I love how we get more and more insight into the politics, media aspect of the Wizarding World. Yeah, it's so fascinating. I didn't expect to get so much. I mean, we got so much of it just in the first book, so it's always a joy to me, and like how everything works and everything. There's so much to unravel here. What do you think? What do you think? How the Muggle Prime Minister reacted when he was informed? It's got to be just panic station, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know how much he's actually being informed. I mean, obviously, he wouldn't know about Voldemort, but I mean, that would be a big reaction, wouldn't it? And presumably that will happen eventually. Presumably at the end of this book, maybe. I'd love to see that scene. Oh, I'd love to. We ain't gonna see it, but I'd love to see that scene. Dreamy, great comment. Oh, hang on. See, this is what I was saying. The new extending thing. That was my fault because I was showing you at the start, wasn't I? So yeah, I closed that up. But yeah, if I ever do miss out part of your comments, guys, I apologise because of this silly new feature. I am, and I always have been, Team Harry on this date. I feel for Cho, but girl, you just weren't ready to date again. Not even speaking about how all she wanted to talk about was the trauma Harry went through, not picking up on the hints that he doesn't want to talk about it. Also, bring up your dead ex, then that he witnessed die, to make him jealous. I'm glad you said the jealous bit. I'm glad you said the jealous bit, because I was going to counter with something. Girl, just don't. It sounds so weird me saying it. Girlfriend. Hey, Woozle. What? Hello, Snoozy. Hello, Snoozy. Yeah. I actually drove to a charity shop earlier on, Woozle, without you. A charity shop which we often go into together. Because yesterday I saw 2 shirts in there and decided against it. But then I thought this morning, you know what? I fancy a treat. I think I might actually get them. They're nice. It's a quite a expensive charity shop because of where it is. But trying them on, they didn't fit me. Well, they did fit me, but they were a bit long. And I like to wear my shirts out, you know, especially now that I've been starting to wear braces. It's a lot more comfortable having a shirt untucked. Who cares? Who cares? Right, sorry, back to your comment. What am I talking about? Girl, just don't. All my opinion thoughts. I know I might be unfair. It still is a great scene, though. Hope you both are doing well. Lots of love. Thank you, Dreamy. And you know what? I've realised that I don't have to stop recording now. I can just do this. So this will speed things up a little bit. So I'm going to refresh now. Oh, Snow has left a comment as well. Yes, there was information on the screen which I wouldn't have wanted to be on there. Oh, no, balls, I need to scroll down. It's because I'm on the main page. Nothing controversial, guys. It's just numbers, which are private numbers, of course. Yes, Snow's got in with a comment as well. So hopefully if I do this... Oh, they're free short comments. Oh, are they? Yes, yes they are. So if I do this now. Perfect. Okay, great. And Gary's already got a like, isn't he? Right, so the last 3 comments, guys, unless someone else comments. Yeah, Snow, this is 3 minutes ago. Got their comment in, my goodness. Hi, Veggie. I'm thinking you can see if I'm still going, because I put the hearts up so you can see how far I actually have it. So I need to like that one. Gary. Hi, Veggie. Just wondering if your opinion about Snape's lesson and man crazy God had changed after learning that Harry is not progressing, and why do you think he is not improving? I think there's more to it, and I think it could be Harry's fault, or it could be Snape is doing it on purpose. I'm giving Snape a pass right now. I really am, because right now I feel like he's doing a good job. I need another lesson, not just Harry talking to Ron and Hermione. I mean, this isn't me dunking on Harry or anything, but imagine if this chapter was like, okay, we had the stuff about the Death Eaters, we got the Valentine stuff coming up, and then we have this discussion about the occlumancy, or however you say it, and I was like, you know what, it's going really well! Snape's really teaching me really well! That was never going to happen. And so, the fact that he's talking to Ron and Hermione might be making him, I don't know. But right now, I feel like there is method behind the madness. That's my take on it. Gary, thank you so much for your comment. Hildra. Just a fun Norwegian fact. In the Norwegian version, the Quibbler is, for some strange reason, called the Kelgan, which means horsefly. I really like that. I don't know what the logic behind it is, but I really like it though. The Kelgan. Horsefly. It sounds like a lovely name for a for a paper. Yeah. I like it. I don't know why, but I really like it. Thank you so much for your comment. Hildra, check my emails. This appears to be Snow being the final comment. Oh god, my internet's been so stupid recently. I have to load everything twice. I need to load everything twice. Snow rounds us off with thanks, Veggie, for the heads up about the book club. Yeah, you got in there just in the nick of time. What do you think? Why do you think it's so hard for Harry to learn occlumancy properly? I feel like there may be a reason why Snape is teaching it in this way, but it could be the relationship between them, guys. But right now, Right now, that is not where my mind is going. That's all I can say, and I very possibly could be wrong. Because very often, guys, we especially in the book reviews and everything, you could, because you may have the full picture of what's going on. I am approaching it from someone who does not know exactly how these lessons are going to be going, and if there is actually method behind the madness, and so it's very possible that I'm wrong. Do you think putting Harry on probation, Hagrid, on probation, will make his teaching better? Is this a good move, leadership-wise, or not? What do you think? Oh, it's not good. I mean, if we're going to be blooming strict about it, guys, Trelawney and Hagrid are not that great at teaching. I know that some people think that Hagrid is, guys. I am not of that opinion. And many students aren't as well. So I can't blame. We can have a go at Umbridge for doing the bad things that she does, but when she does things which are just like, punching Harry in the way she did, guys, Harry, you can't say that only Umbridge is wrong in that situation. You got to put some blame on Harry. And so I feel like that's okay, but no, it's definitely not helping the lessons. Like Hagrid is, stumbling over everything, isn't he? And like worrying and everything. And so it's certainly not fitting his teaching style. That is for sure. We'll see how it goes. By the way, my book club baby turned 3 years last month. That's so surreal. Snow, I'm gonna be at university by the time we're finished. That's a joke. club baby. We've had a few, guys. We've had a few. It was around that time that I discovered your channel. Though through a recommendation from my sister. Oh, that's cool. I really appreciated your company, especially back then, because your content kept me company during many of those late nights when I was up with the baby. Oh my goodness, that is surreal. Oh man, that's actually made me feel things, Woozle. I don't feel things much. That's crazy. I'm sorry, that's knocked me a bit. So glad I noticed this comment. That would be such a shame if I didn't read this out. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you very much, and know that you're doing a great job with this channel. I really appreciate that, Snow. Keep doing one chapter as much as you need. Your health is more important. Snow, very kind comment, very sweet comment. My goodness, the baby stuff kind of threw me off a bit. I must admit. That's wild. Oh man, but what a kind thing to bloom and say. Seriously. I'm hoping you're able to have more sleep-filled nights by now. I presume so. Not that I know that much about that sort of thing, eh, Weasel? I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, girl. She only jumped a little bit. Guys, she's not Hufflepuff. She's not Gryffindor. I don't know. Maybe she's Hufflepuff. She ain't Gryffindor, that's for sure. She ain't brave. that is absolutely the case. I'm sure I've told you that when the Blue Cross found her, she was tied to a gate during a thunderstorm at night, absolutely petrified. And so because of that, they were going to call her Thunder or Lightning, one of them, to be a reference to that. But because she is so shy, they just said, nah, that just doesn't suit her. It really doesn't. Guys, I'm going to quickly close the book club whilst... Oh, that was the wrong thing. Whilst I'm still here, to keep it... Just 4 parts we did this in. 4 or 5, I know, which is definitely usually it's like in 8 parts, and that's to do with how many breaks I have and everything. Obviously, I need to make sure that I liked that comment as well. This part of the book club is now complete. Thanks so much for taking part, and see you next time. I should really just copy and paste, but I don't. We are finished, guys, and oh, wait, what? Wait, what's happened now? Wait, what? Oh, Miss Jones! Okay! Pumpkin Sparks posted about this on Blue Sky a couple of days ago. They've started having... Oh, I hate this. I hate it so much. It's on YouTube now, and every single time I want to see if I got any new comments, I have to select not relevant to most recent. Every single time now. So annoying. But now, Patreon apparently has a top comment thing, which means presumably, I don't know every time, it may not be every time, but at least this time, it basically said just now that Jake was the latest comment, or the top comment on the video just now. So good work, Jake, but it's very annoying that I need to make sure now that I'm checking that it is on newest each time. In fact, I'm going to refresh now. Is it going to stay on newest? Please stay on newest. It hasn't! Great! That's a really annoying... I shouldn't get angry with Ruse on the room. Every single time I do a book club, I had to select new and not top. We're really going to end on a downer. End with a Harry Potter joke. A free one. So if you want to donate to the channel, you can, guys. Knock knock. Who's there? Gaunt. Gaunt who? Gaunt. You see I'm busy.